KPXA, a family-owned business, has raced successfully for many years and has now taken the original 8.3-liter Arius engine to the next level. This tried and proven workhorse with unmatched torque capability is attractive to many different classes in the pulling environment. Whether you're looking for complete engines, manifold to pan, in need of parts, or a complete overhaul, KPXA is your one-stop. Durability, dependability, and power, made in America for serious racers.
your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Products proven by third-party testing to unleash diesel engine performance. Increase fuel economy. Boost cetane. Lubricate and clean out pumps and injectors with Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Reduce wear, restore power, and lubricate critical internal components with Stiction Eliminator and FR3 Friction Reducer. Fuel and oil solutions that keep your diesel running in top condition, saving you time, money, and stress. Hot Shot Secret lives in the lab to make sure its products not only perform, but remain best in class. Pick up some today and see the difference for yourself. Hot Shot's Secret, powered by science.
Mack Trailer has grown to be the nation's foremost manufacturer of dump, flatbed and transfer trailers, straight truck bodies, dry bulk pneumatic tanks in both food grade and raw materials, as well as an entire line of liquid tank trailers equipped for gas, oil, fertilizer, or food grade materials. We are proud to say the success of Mack Trailer can be attributed to a quality product built by quality people, complemented by an experienced and knowledgeable sales staff and professional authorized dealer network.
Keep in touch with Championship Pulling online any way you want. The NTPA official website at www.ntpapoll.com is your online home for schedules, standings, results, and reports. Find us on Facebook at NTPA Pulling to connect with updates, photos, videos, and links to your favorite competitors and events. Follow us on Twitter at NTPA Poll for first alerts from the winner's circle and inside scoops straight from the pits. You can follow us on Instagram and subscribe to our YouTube channel to keep an eye on the sport. Let social media make you a part of NTPA Championship Pulling.
Maybe you've got somewhere to be, work to get done, or it's time for some fun. No matter what gets you there, O'Reilly Auto Parts has a super start battery to get things going. Our professional parts people will help you test, find, or install batteries for nearly any vehicle. Super Start, power, performance, and reliability. Only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hello there and welcome to this NTPA national event. The National Tractor Pullers Association has been around for 53 years as the recognized sanctioning body for this unique all-American motorsport. Hi everybody, I'm Doc Riley along with Greg Randall, and we host NTPA Championship Pulling series presented by Case IH on RFD TV, and we're happy that you're here at this event today.
Hear the power and feel the noise. You will in person. If you've watched the TV series, we thank you. Every Tuesday night at 6:30 Eastern on RFD TV. But today, you'll witness some of the best men and women in truck and tractor pulling vying for their title aspirations for this 2022 season.
It's going to be big. We're glad that you're here. And if you'd like more information about truck and tractor pulling, just log on to ntpapoll.com. Enjoy your day here at this NTPA sanctioned event.
Farmall. 100 years of can-do. 100 years of milestones. 100 years of family. Generation after generation, its legacy lives on. The one for all since 1923.
Hey, pulling fan, do your motorsport proud and wear it loud with officially licensed apparel available at the NTPA merchandise stand. Stop by and check out the 2022 Grand National shirts and sweatshirts, featuring 5 reigning champions and the schedule on the back in several vibrant colors and in child through 3X sizes. You've also got to see the American Ingenuity shirts and sweatshirts, plus that classic NTPA logo on sweatshirts in bright red, indigo blue, and charcoal gray. And don't forget your hat. We've even got Case IH toy pulling tractors and plush animals outfitted in their own NTPA shirts. Sure, all of our stuff can be seen, shopped, and shipped at shopntpa.com, but why not buy right here and save the postage? Grab a copy of Wild Rides, Rex, and Fun.
Dear Lord, we welcome you into our presence here today, and Thank you for the opportunity to share our need for speed and horsepower with our pulling family and friends here in Tomah, Wisconsin tonight. Lord, we pray that you would remain in our presence and bless this track and this facility with safety. Bless our awesome fans for coming out here every year. Bless our sponsors that help make this happen. Of course, bless all these track workers out here and our safety crews and the NTPA crew. And Lord, bless our pulling teams, bless our pit crews, bless our families that travel with us, and of course, bless our drivers. Bless them with wisdom, good judgment, and bless them and each and every one of us with respect for each other as we compete today. And Lord, before we get rolling, help us to give thanks for the privilege to grow up in this land of freedom and opportunity, and help us to teach our children that we must do everything we can as individuals to leave this world just a little bit better place than we found it each and every day of our lives. And Lord, help us to also teach them that this country was built on a rich history and Christian values. It was built on blood, sweat, and tears, courage and sacrifice and hard work, as well as respect for ourselves and each other. God, our flag, and our country, and the men and women that stand guard over us every second of every day. God bless the ones that have died for us. God bless the ones that still fight for us. God bless the men and women of our United States military and police forces, along with their families. We thank them and we honor them tonight for the privilege to sing our national anthem, the privilege to pledge allegiance to our flag, and the privilege to live in the land of the free, home of the brave. And Lord, may we always be one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless the United States of America. God bless Tomah, Wisconsin. And God bless each and every one of you here today. All this in Jesus' name we prayed, and all God's pulling fans said, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Steve. You alluded to it. We live in the land of the free because this is the home of the brave. As we stand to pay tribute to this great country of ours, we need to remember that freedom is not free. We gather because of the actions of one group, our veterans. To our veterans, we say thank you. To those newly returned from deployment, welcome home. To the families with men and women serving around the world and here at home, know that we wait with you and pray with you for their safe return. Let us never, ever forget, but let us forever remember. For it is the veteran, not the preacher, that's given us the freedom of religion. The veteran, not the reporter, given us the freedom of the press. The veteran, not the poet, that's given us the freedom of speech. The veteran, not the campus organizer, that's given us the freedom to assemble as we have here this afternoon. The veteran, not the lawyer, that's given us the right to a fair trial. The veteran, not the politician, that's given us the right to vote. The veteran salutes the flag. Sadly, it is the veteran that sleeps beneath it. All gave some, but some gave all. Ladies and gentlemen, Mallory Knutson and our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets the bombs bursting came from through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Mallory. God bless America. Beautiful voice and well done. Always like to have that done live because that means it's time for tractor pull action here on the Twin Tracks in Tomah. We're going to start, it looks like grandstand side, Doc. Hate to jump in front of you, but I think we're going to bring a light super stock out there to get started with this afternoon. 20 in this particular class, 6,200 pounds, working with a 20-inch hitch height. We'll talk about maybe the necessary discussion about the physics involved with why that hitch is placed where it is as we make our way through the afternoon. 20 to run in the light super class. Second, we'll follow that with the super stock diesel. There are 10 there and 11 in the modifieds. Those are the three classes we'll see grandstand-wise. We have the 50-50 drawing people out. We gave away a good chunk of money last night. You need to get involved with them as they come around. $1 a piece, 6 for $5, or you can buy a wingspan for $20. Stop and think about that. That's the deal of the afternoon. $20 worth of tickets for a wingspan. All right. Craig Smith, Pine, New York. The Whiskey's Fine is our lead tractor, our test hook this afternoon in our light super stocks. Doc, good to see you, sir. Everything ready to roll in your world as far as you're well aware?
Absolutely. We are set, man. We've got a great class of light supers coming up, about 20 of those, and then a whole mess of two-wheel drives.
Exactly right. We're underway. Craig Smith, power comes up, the green is out, and we're going to be underway. Craig Smith here this afternoon as he is our test hook. He has an option. He can take the hook, he can drop back 6 positions and try it again, or he can drop to the bottom of the class. He comes with a 313 and 89. 313 and 89 for Craig.
On the Busch Light, proud supporter of American farmers, on the pit track. We will have, I alluded to it, but I'm going to tell you now, we have 41 on the entry cards for the two-wheel drive class. Light super stocks coming up. This class, alcohol and diesel fueled tractors up to 6,200 pounds. Engine 505 cubic inches with inline cylinders, no V-type, overhead cams, Hemis like that. Maximum tire size 30.5 and 32, and the drawbar hitch height at 20 inches. So we've got ourselves a pretty good afternoon of tractor pulling here in session number 2.
Got the word from trackside that Craig Smith with his Whiskey's Fine 313.89 says, I like what I saw. I feel good about it. I will accept that hook.
You never really second guess, but kind of the rule of thumb here at Tomah, not this way all over the place, but it's been my experience here that an afternoon pull, if you're the test puller and you felt pretty good with it, don't try to tempt fate. Just take it and run. Take it and run. Because everyone else behind you is shooting for your mark.
Right.
And again, I've seen it happen here. A lot of guys will drop and then that track changes or what else, and well, it didn't come out the way they exactly wanted it. Craig Smith out of Pike, New York.
Our session sponsor this afternoon, Tomah Convention and Visitors Bureau. Welcome all the Tomah community. Visit them at tomahwisconsin.com.
That's two-wheel drives.
Everybody backing in, hooking up. 2 hooks on the back side of each one of our vehicles. The kill switch wire.
Randy Thies out of Wrightsville. Past 100 under power, so that's going to be a probably drop to last situation there for Randy. Lost exhaust, so we'll see what they say about that trackside, but that's not what you wanted to have, have a face full of smoke.
Not exactly.
Whether white or black or anything else, you just kind of have 176 and some change depending on what his determination is there if he comes back as the test puller.
Grandstand side, Brandon Phillips, the loud and light of Pine Grove, Kentucky. Down the track, and that's what we saw right there. Brandon Phillips picked the front end up, carried it about 14, maybe 18 inches off of the ground. Never needed the front wheels. 326. And change. 326, 785 for Brandon Phillips.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you hate to see this happen. Test pull, you hate to see being towed off the track, and you hate to see the fact that he's going to have a 176-foot mark in the final event standings. If you would please put your hands together for the sled handler there, Randy. Well, hopefully he'll be back later this weekend, but a tough break there on his run. 176 and some change. The Deer Addiction on the way next. One for you Deer fans. Alan Paulson out of Columbus, Wisconsin, coming your way. Grain farmer, Pioneer Seed Sales. About 13 years of pulling there. Alan Paulson on the way next.
Big thanks to Link Seeds. We saw a need for a direct path, the ingredients from producer to consumer. And they handle bulk and bagged ingredients straight to you at the best prices. Also, big thanks to Scott Construction. Size, diversification, expertise, and experience in the asphalt servicing industry enables Scott Construction to help Wisconsin's counties, towns, cities, and villages build and maintain their asphalt road systems. Welcome to Tomah, fans and pullers from Scott Construction.
We hear from Tech Services that the track side there'll be a slight sled adjustment there, so we're restarting the class. Alan Paulson, the Deer Addiction, will be our test puller on the sled reset. So again, I think Randy, I don't believe he's coming back. I think he's just going to park it for at least this session here of our Light Pro Stocks. Light Pro Stocks here, regional national class, 8,500 pounds including the driver, 540 cubic inches. Turbocharger, one turbo of any size, maximum 4.5 inch outlet. Diesel fuel, the only thing allowed over here on the infield track in our Light Pro Stock. Here, thanks to the good folks at Case IH. For a limited time, they've got hay tools, a complete inventory there, no money down, no interest for 60 days. They've also got special utility and all-purpose tractor inventory. Same deal there, no money down. So again, our thanks to the good folks at Case IH. See your local dealer on Monday.
The Bin Buster lined up out of Worthington, Missouri. Scott Whitworth in the driver's seat. You could kind of sense that things were going downhill about 120, and it was more of a coast to 200 than it was a power to 200. Things not well underneath the hood of Scott's machine. $199.3 for Scott. $199.315 for the Bin Buster. Bryce Pickler will be up next. Just down the road here at Mondovi. Kind of calls it hometown pull. You know,
Yep.
You're close enough, you can call it a hometown pull.
Deer Addiction coming up. Columbus, Wisconsin, Alan Paulson. One for you John Deere fans. Again, over the years, back that many years ago, and I know there's a lot of fans that were back here during the days of the Copenhagen School pulling circuit. We had the 10,000 pound pro stock class, and that was it. With the evolution of turbos, we have quite a few different pro stock classes now, including the 10,000 pound, pretty much the backbone class of the National Tractor Pullers Association. The rules have stayed pretty much the same for all of these years. But we've got our 10,000 pound pro stock class, the 5.0 regional class, the light pro stocks, and the limited pro stocks as well. And that's all because of technology, changing things up. Infield side, we've reset the class. This is your test hook here. You can take this, drop back down to the class, or drop 6. Green flag is out. One for you John Deere fans. Alan Paulson, the Deere Addiction out of Columbus, Wisconsin. So that's a pretty good hook right there. And again, he's our test puller in this class.
Backing in grandstand side out of Mondovi. Bryce Pickler, the Red Thunder machine. Here again, we're talking the light super stock, 6,200 pounds. 20-inch drawbar. Most of what we're going to see is alcohol, but they don't have to be. They can be diesel as well.
Well, we hear from trackside over here that Alan Paulson, as our test puller, went 294, but he's going to drop to the bottom. Keep that in mind. So many times here at Tomah, that little gambit has not paid off, but we will see if Alan Paulson has made his wise decision. Said, don't need the 294 190.
Bryce turns in that distance, and you're exactly right, Doc. It was probably one of the prettiest passes we've seen so far this weekend. 377, 792, and he had it lit from the time he left the starting line.
Our competitors from all over the United States. You've seen guys from Wyoming compete here, Maryland, South Dakota, Nebraska, North Carolina. I'm sure we'll have a couple of more in this class. We go Iowa, Wisconsin, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. The light pro stocks are on the way. O'Reilly Auto Parts is your ultimate one-stop shop for all of your automotive supplies. Everything for your vehicle in one convenient place. That's your neighborhood O'Reilly Auto Parts store. For those of you keeping score, Randy Theus and the sled handler will be Hook and Broke. We restarted the class with Alan Paulson. He went 294 and 1, and he is going to drop. So Craig Webster up next on Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. The Cruel Intentions, a guy that, well, he comes to play every single time.
Well, Alan and Doc, you think about the Picklers and what you just saw over there on the Budweiser track. Let's go back and let's really study a little bit more about what we've been doing over the course of the last 5 or 6 years. That old Red Thunder tractor has been quite dominant. And Bryce Pickler, 3 wins to his credit. And Chris Pickler, 2 wins to his credit. That's 5 session wins here in light superstock. Certainly over the last 6 or 7 years, you think about that tractor in particular. So light superstock really got its roots going here. You go back all the way to the beginning, 1977. We ran a 5,500-pound superstock. Now, it advanced in 1995. We went to 7,500, and then in 2005, we kind of settled back to where we currently are, or right around that point of light superstock now. All-time leading wins in this division, Brian Korth. He has 12 that he collected from 2005 to now. He currently has 14 to his total credit after last year's sweep in the Superstock Open division, driving Mike Chizik's tractor. He collected up to number 14. The Pysick family, Mark Pysick has 4, Tim Pysick has 1. They currently have 5 to their credit. So too do the Picklers, with Bryce with 3, Chris Pickler with 2. Marcus Wedelson has 3 to his credit, Elmer Haug with 2. And then, of course, you go in a little bit more. We have a couple of guys each with 1 win in their credit as we go to the line.
It was going to be enough, and I'm afraid it took a lot of his momentum, took the wind right out of his sails, about 220 feet.
I think that track's going to be like it was last night. Boy, they got a good head of speed, a good full gallop from 200 to 250, and then the old Bauer-built green will put her right down to the stop. And again, with Marcus right there, perfect ride all the way through, the tires up, just like it used to be. You see him in victory lane when that happens. Not this time around. Cruel Intentions out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, Craig Webster will be the first to put a distance to the boat. Modified class last night, coming down here at about that 200 to 250 on the infield track.
Yes.
It started to suck him towards that right sideline, driver's right. And you really had to be careful where you spotted that sled, or you'd be running it.
It's one of those things that we have the option of placing it any place at the starting line. Can you move over far enough to get away from the efforts of 250 feet?
And again, as you look at the Case IH replay, you can see he's real good, awesome. Got a good head of steam coming up, and then, well, not that much. 282 and 8 and a DQ. 282 and 8 DQ. So our light pros have come out this way. Hook and broke for the sled handler. Alan Paulson, his jurisdiction will drop. Craig Webster goes 282 and 8. That's all for naught because he's disqualified.
He wasn't near as hard on the hardware as they were last night with the modified.
Oh, yeah.
So we had to rearrange part of the equipment down there on the track, as well as put the paint back on the sideline.
And you know, we watched it last night.
Exactly.
And, you know, Jeff Rose, he figured out where to go, and he said his dad, you know, also a puller as well, told him stay away from that white chalk line and you're gonna start over here, and it'll pull you this way if you let it. If you're in the right spot, starting and get to 200 feet in the right spot, you got a pretty good clear track. But if you're out from 200 to 250, let's see if that becomes a trend here this afternoon.
Marcus Wedelson's distance at 3:16 and a penny, 3:16.01 for Marcus. Bryce Pickler sitting in the lead right now at 3:77. Anybody beyond 350 feet will bring back for a pull-off. At least I have not been corrected in that, I don't believe. But 3:77 leads the class right now, with a class of about 15 left to run here in our light pro stocks. The Light Supers running, of course, the 30.5, 32 tires, and 20-inch drawbar. All our tractors on 20-inch drawbar. That seems to be the consistency of the classes, because you've got the physics involved in lifting the front end up, putting the weight on the rear wheels onto the track. If it gets higher than that, you lose it. should have. Josh Blackburn out of Cuba City, Wisconsin with the Armed and Dangerous Excessive Force machine.
Yeah, one of the Cheez-It tractors there. You think about that MX210, and at 1.3 of these and 3 of the heavy open supers, they were campaigning quite busily over the summer. And he is going to be just on the short side of that 350-foot mark, I'm guessing, based off of if our full pull marks are right at that chalk line, folks. So should be number 2, we'll say, in the class thus far.
Exactly. That's exactly what we're looking at. 345 and 2 cents on the right-hand side for Josh. Puts him in the number 2 spot behind Bryce Pickler.
Light pro side, we're getting set to fire. Howard Meredith's agitator, all the way from Maryland. One great thing about pulling here, we've seen light modified tractor, the Wason vehicle out of Maryland, Brian McDonald out of Maryland. And joining us again from Maryland, J. Howard Meredith Jr. I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you and welcome to the man out of Statesboro, Georgia. Motorsports photographer and his crew, Tracy Waters, is here. Tracy out of Statesville, Georgia, has been a fixture here at Tomah for a lot of years. Makes some very, very good photos. And again, his work can be seen in the Pole Yearbook right now, available. Tug him to the side. Of course, we can't see braking on the other side at our vantage point, but you know, you think about it, another foot towards the pit side, you could be messing up the chalk line. 302 and 3. 302 and 3. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the mark to beat here in our light pro stock class. 302 and 3.
Yeah, over 1,000 miles to be here with us. You think about last night, we talked a little bit about the gentleman who came all the way from Maine. And that, of course, Mr. Terrio. He came all the way from Maine to run here with us. 24 hours, basically, of driving, about 1,650 miles or so. And then this gentleman right here, a little past 1,000. Guys from Wyoming, of course, make that as well. So you think about our long haul of the weekend. Right now, we'll say all the way from Maine is our leading distance thus far in terms of towing to be here in Tomah, Wisconsin, as we get ready to go to our Budweiser track.
Out of Williamsburg, Missouri, Mr. Brian Schramick. Not a name that is unfamiliar to everyone. Everybody recognizes that name and knows the talent involved in what he does. He has the wheel on the track called Red. Out of Missouri. Brian Schramick chasing 377 or a 350 plus. That's what it's going to take. If you want to play with the big boys this afternoon, it's going to take a 350 pass to bring you back for a pull-off situation. We got one right there, and that's Bryce Pickler. Brian Schramick could do it. As we look down through the rest of the list, there's a lot behind you that could also go out there and play.
7 career wins between Pro Stock and Super Stock for this gentleman. And this is formerly the Spiegelberg.
Side.
Got a real good bite with one wheel, and it started to pull him off the side very, very quickly. And it's one of those things that point in time, you don't want to try and correct very much because you've got the wheel speed up and you don't have the forward momentum working for you. It could dive one way or the other.
And there's when you're in that situation, there's a lot of distance that can be traveled in a very short amount of time.
Right.
So you can't be too impatient. You can't be too greedy. Light Pro.
He was out of the throttle.
Contents under pressure out of Gilman, Wisconsin. Chad Webster bringing his John Deere out here. A dairy farmer and a whole lot of the family alongside here. Contents under pressure. 1960 John Deere 4010. Our thanks to the good folks at Scott Construction. Size, diversification, expertise, and experience in the asphalt serving industry. Scott Construction been very, very busy. It's done quite a bit here with our Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals.
Asking for a tow hook on the grandstand side. Thought maybe we were going to come out with the sled and pull him back. I'm not real sure, but they have requested a tow tractor, and we have one available.
So our light pros again. Another green one for those of you scoring at home. Hey, folks, you can pull out your phone, go to ntpapoll.com. You can get entry lineups. You can follow along, and also live results. Building a boost. He did save that one, I do believe, but he was drifting.
Mm-hmm. And you could see it about 160 feet. Yep. Started coming this way.
Now that tractor was a former winner here in the Light Pro. You go back in the roots and you start looking at exactly where we were when Light Pro started here, just 6 years or so that we've been running them. And Troy Schradel was doing the driving of that John Deere 4010. He's actually sitting directly next to you, Doc, right there in that VIP section. Troy Schradel has been kind of enjoying himself this afternoon with us. That former he was doing the driving of right there, the John Deere 4010. So we'll talk to you a little bit about this class and kind of what the is looked like. But there's been a gentleman who has won 3 times. And he's coming up here pretty shortly. That, of course, Colin Burkholz, a 3-time winner in the Light Pro division since we added it. We went to 2 sessions in 2021 in this division, and 2 sessions again in 2022. So a hook in 18, a hook in 19, 2 in 2021, and 2 in 2022. And certainly the Light Pro class has done a very nice job running here with us in Tomah.
And on the Light Pro side, 310 and 6, our new number 1. Is Chad Webster. Al Cook coming up out of Wilton, Wisconsin. Black Thunder ready to rumble next.
Trackside telling us that Brian Schrammick is going to be pulled backwards. And when they left the track with him, I thought we're looking at a drop 6 situation, and that's exactly what he's going to do. So he'll come back, but he will have 1 attempt at that point in time. So Brian is dropped 6 in the order. We'll get him right back in there where he's supposed to be.
Our thanks to St. Joseph Equipment, of course, originated in the village of St. Joe, Wisconsin, outside Eau Claire. Back in 1948, its founder started the business as a Ferguson, later a Massey Ferguson tractor dealership. Currently serving all of western Wisconsin and southeastern portions of Minnesota via 4 different ag locations. St. Joseph Equipment, longtime supporter of the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals, offers sales, service, parts, and on-site repairs. They're good people to do business with.
'17 was the first year for these Light Pros. Your winners have been the Burkholz with 3, Travis Dorwin, he's here this afternoon, the Dorwin entry. Rich Johnson, Joe Moore, and Troy Schradel. Those are your guys who have won here. This gentleman has been on the podium many times before, coming to the starting line now out of Wilton, Wisconsin. And the next 2 entries both coming from Wilton. This is the Black Thunder entry, of course. Then we have Colin Burkholz. But last year, like I said, both these gentlemen were in the thick of things, and we got to that at Windscroll. And I saw Al just a little bit earlier. He said, I hope I get to see you this afternoon. And he has moved over that chalk line a little bit tighter with the Light Pro class.
Grandstand.
light pro stock side, we bring up Al Cook out of Wilton, Wisconsin, the Black Thunder. It's an International 5488. Don't let the sheet metal fool you. Dairy farmer, grain farmer. Been at this for about 20 years. Again, our leading distance in this class was 3:10 and 6. Let's see what the laser tells us here for Al Cook's pass.
Yeah, we're going to move the wagon a good ways there. We're going to bring that leader cone about 25 feet or so this direction. A good solid run. And as I said, he has been a tough out here with us in Tomah, Wisconsin. Has not really found his way to the podium, but has been a very tough out.
Well, I'm going to have to call you on this, Miles, because your distance was a little bit off. Not too far. You're usually right on the nose. Al Cook, 331.7, your new leader in our light pro stock class. Track seems to have pretty good moisture in it.
Yes, it does. If you were with us this morning early, you and I both walked around and looked. They had finished, by that time, they'd finished putting the water in it.
Yep.
They'd had opened things up. They were ready to start rearranging and putting it back together, but the water was in it, and it's going to take it this afternoon. We will rebuild the track completely between now and this evening's session. How much water are we going to put in it? I don't know. That's what the track officials here do so very, very well. Come in and build this track and have for years. We have a lot of experience cumulatively out there, and they're not sharing it with just anybody.
No, not at all.
Frank Boyaboy at 300.44, 300 and 44 cents to the right for that one out of the state of Nebraska, the Green Lightning.
You got a pretty tough running John Deere on your track as well right now.
Zach Linville coming in. The Ridge Runner himself out of Versailles, Indiana. Yes, we talked about that earlier. It's Versailles, it's not Versailles.
Good point. Way to preach, continue to preach the Hoosier.
Yes. Go ahead.
Never mind.
Says the Cornhusker.
At least we know how to. Biggest name, and you can always tell the local weather guy.
Oh yes,
he'll get it wrong. He'll get it wrong. Tough one in Nebraska was Ogallala.
Ogallala?
Ogallala on the western side. Named after the Ogallala Sioux.
And usually they only mispronounce it once because somebody gets to them. The left-hand side of the track that's playing havoc over there. White chalk mark, only 2 inches wide, but you don't want to tag it.
Versailles, Indiana is not too far from Cincinnati. You make your way over towards the southeast portion of Indiana and over towards the Ohio River. You'll find Versailles, and obviously this gentleman has been working very, very diligently to try to build the horsepower of this Ridge Runner, and he and his father very, very actively working to do that with the John Deere, and have been in the hunt with the NTPA the last couple of summers, running on the NTPA Grand National Circuit.
And Miles, as you mentioned it a little bit ago, the guy up right now on our light pro stock side, he doesn't need a roadmap to figure out how to win it all. He has had great success.
Yeah, so certainly don't want to give him the hometown curse by any means at all, but he has, out of 7 attempts, he has 3 wins here. Yeah, two totally different runs compared to the last one that we had where Al was wheels up and running, and right off the throttle on the starting line there, he was hit. Colin had to feather it just a little bit. I bet if he could redo it, he'd probably change it, but he's really close. If not, your new leader. We'll wait and see.
You're absolutely right. We have a new leader by just about a foot, maybe a foot and a half. That international goes 332.110, 332.110. He'll take over the new number 1 spot, and that'll bump Al Cook down to number 2.
Now my guess is he like I said, he's going to drive off in the lead, which is, you can't do any better than leading when you leave the track. But
true.
My guess is he's going to scratch his head and know that he can't sit very comfortably down here like he just laid this big monster pass down. I think he's got to be pleased with it, but certainly these guys have been very, very tough here. You start looking down the list, and we've talked a little bit about that. You know, the state of Wisconsin as a whole is phenomenal in this sport of truck and tractor pulling. But, you know, you think, we talked a little bit about it this morning over there in the full pull stage. It's amazing that this sport is what it's doing, and obviously I don't like referring to anybody as a state level puller anymore. That does not exist. That's not a fair way of saying it. Years ago, that was something we might have classified somebody as. But now, you know, we're talking about people who go out and run at the regional level or at the state level to chase points because it fits them and their schedule and it fits the geography. And my goodness, if you don't leave very far from home and you're running against really good people, why even try to go anywhere further? But you come here to a national event that's in your backyard and you show up and you win. I mean, last night, Nathan Hoffman lays down an absolute monster pass. You think about the picklers over here. We don't get to see them on the Grand National Circuit all the time, running on the RFD TV coverage that you see. But most certainly, kind of the hidden superstars that may not get all of the respect that they deserve are here with us this weekend and continually performing at the very highest level. So I love this sport for many reasons, but one of them is obviously the fact that you can compete anywhere you want. Our rules are almost all the same. And because of that, if you want to go run at Tomah, you can. And if you want to go run close to home on a state circuit event, you can.
Got a little complicated as far as the vehicles coming up, because he will now decided he needed to drop 6, was due up on the grandstand side, but that brings Rex Kuhn in. Rex Kuhn has a new ride that he's very happy with right now. You might recognize it. It's a 7250R John Deere, but you might remember the seat metal hasn't really changed. The Commander is Rex Kuhn's letterbuck machine. It'll be lining up as just in a second as we move Heath Wilma out.
On the Busch Light side, Kurt Alduff up next out of Hammond, Wisconsin, the weekend mistress. An agronomist by trade, 13 years of pulling. And he has had a pretty good resume in a short amount of time. Very much so.
Now he's more in the center, of course, than Colin was. Colin closer to this chalk line over here. He's closer to where Al Cook finished in that hook. But my goodness, we're figuring it out over on the Busch Light side of things, and we'll wait and see. But he is very, very close.
Miles, Burkholz went 332.110. The weekend mistress, 332.57.
Yeah, he goes the number 1 position. Not too bad at all. And there's still a whole corner full of very, very tough runners coming our way.
Yep, Demented, About Time, Young Bucks Reloaded, and the Midnight Farmer. That's all next on the Light Pro Stocks. We'll give you a little heads up here. Coming up will be our two-wheel drive class. That is an automotive engine, blown engine, so you might want to think about getting some hearing protection there for the 41 two-wheel drives that are coming our way.
Rex Kuhn backing in out of Morristown, Indiana. Got a name on the side of it he was real proud of. When he cornered me this morning, he said, make sure that you know I've got it named now. I said, okay. He said, Letter Buck. I said, all right. I like the way you think, Rex. I do like the way you think. Out of Morristown, Indiana, he comes.
Our thanks to the good folks at Bug Tussle, offering high-speed internet, cellular, and entertainment for rural Wisconsin, beyond, and since 2003. So our thanks to the good folks at Bug Tussle, getting it done for rural America. Of course, rural America, serviced by RFD TV, right? Rural America's most important network, featuring America's favorite rural motorsport, truck and track pulling. The Demented Ride coming up next. Nick Mickleshay out of Clifford Township, Pennsylvania. 13 years. Been running. A lot of East Coast finishes to his credit.
That front end touches the ground even gently, it will unload the rear tires just a little bit, and you could start to see him lose that forward momentum. Nicely done. 320, 705, 320 with a 705 for Rex.
So Jeff Michelocci coming to the starting line now, and out of the state of Pennsylvania. Has been a very, very tough runner as well with this case entry. When you think about light pro, you know, classes have really started to take off in terms of entry numbers on the NTPA circuit for the last several summers on NTPA Region 2, which is Indiana and Ohio primarily. We're running 2 circuits.
Pretty good hook. Get our lead, 332.5. Second place, 332.1. Let's see what the Demented could have. Pretty good pass there.
That's number 4 or 5, we're going to say with that, just a guess.
326 and 6. 326 and 6. That'll be 4th.
I want to remind you guys, you can visit ntpapool.com, ntpapool.com, and that gives you a chance as well to look at the live results feature. It's something that a lot of times trackside I have to utilize myself. Go to ntpapool.com, click on the live results. A lot of times we may not hit all of the updates for you in terms of the full rundown of where your favorite driver might be. And in a class of, like, say, 41 two-wheel drive trucks that's coming up here, or 35 four-wheelers like we had last night, oftentimes it's hard to be able to tell you exactly where everybody falls with each individual pass. So certainly want to encourage you to visit ntpapool.com, not just for those results. You can certainly look at the schedule and see where we're going next. A lot of these classes, of course, will make their way down to the Lions Super Bowl, the South in July, Chapel Hill. Of course, we move on and head to Bowling Green in August. There are several events between there throughout the state of Ohio. So if you're looking at a destination event or wanting to go somewhere for a weekend, we encourage you to visit the schedule on the NTPA website. And also, we invite you to go in September to the All-Star event, the Enderley Pull-Off. That's obviously something that has really become quite prestigious. Competitors are vying very hard to make their way there. You can learn more about those details as well, all on the NTPA website.
Hey, Miles, what's that cost you a month to get that information to NTPA poll? What's that cost a month?
Say that again?
What does it cost a month to get that information you just talked about?
It is absolutely free. NTPApoll.com. Head to the website. Take a gander. You can learn everything you want to know about the points, where we currently sit with our points races, as we try our best to keep you up to date. As we certainly get underway here with a few classes on the Grand National side. Several have already been to Benson or Farley or Hutch or several of those locations this season, as we really kicked off the NTPA Grand National circuit 3 weekends ago in Benson, North Carolina, and from there to Farley, Iowa, and the 300 Raceway there, the Simon family. And we made our way to Hutchinson last weekend for the pull up there. The Rose family does so wonderful job in putting the event on, and we made our way here. So go back to the Budweiser track. Second attempt here for Mr. Schramek.
Absolutely right. He addressed his situation, addressed his problem. Hopefully he's got it figured out. We'll see what happens. We got word that Larry Phillips has dropped 60.
Yeah, if he could have flattened that ride out a little bit, he may have gained a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely on the wheelie bars and even one wheel there one time, but drove right through it. And remember, Alan, is our magic number 350?
Yes, it is. 350 or above. We'll be back for competition. We've got one, and that's just Bryce. He's the only one out there at 377 at the present time. Brian laying down a 339 and 19 cents through his pass with red. 339.19.
Step Mobile up next out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin. It's about time. And I believe we have just 4 left in our light pro stock class. 2-wheel drive trucks coming up in just a moment. Building the boost for the nothing. The RPMs were just consistent all the way through. Good effort there by the about time.
Didn't really hear the engine pull down. He just went to the end of the track and stopped. He started to lose that momentum, and everything quits moving forward. Time to get out of it and put it on the ground. Nicely done.
314, so that's going to put him down, let's see, about 5th place, I do believe. Eric Dorwin coming up next, the Young Bucks Reloaded out of Baldwin. Hey, we'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you to the good folks at Rank Seeds. Since 1946, Rank Seed has worked closely with farmers, and their mission has always been to take care of your seed as if they were planting it in their own field. Proud sponsor and a great sponsor of our Kids Club this morning, which started at 9 o'clock, and there was a constant stream of kids going through there. Rank Seed's also a sponsor here and supporter of this great event. In addition, sponsor of the Rank Seed Moneymaker.
Right, exactly. I don't know how many kids we had this morning,
Yeah,
but it was more than I've seen in a long time. We'll find out.
Our boy 350 or thereabouts. Great picture this morning.
Oh, yes.
We're all sitting around. None of us had camera out.
No, of course not.
But the Big Brothers and Sisters program here in Tomah, they had all the youngsters coming in. They had a rope and a little thing to grab on there so they could all march right in line. They were doing it perfect. And one of our track crew guys saw that right there in the middle there was a couple of feet.
Yeah.
So he just stepped in there to help out a little bit. But they're marching right from the entrance right straight to the Kids Club. So
and no camera.
Nope.
Well, you had to be there.
Heck, a very nice coloring book, so it's all good.
That brings us
often just tagging it, just a little bit, and it worked very, very well for him. Colton Whitworth.
Yeah, it's going to be a top 3 or so. Very, very close. You think about where we're at. You got Picklers right on out here on the big end of the track at 3.7. And then, of course, Josh Blackburn. He was very close to the chalk line there, very full pull. And same thing here with Colton.
3:44, 6:15 puts him in the number 3 spot. 3:44 and 61.5 to the right.
On our Busch Light track, proud supporter of American farmers, Eric Norwood coming up next. Young Bucks Reloaded out of Baldwin, Wisconsin. It's a John Deere 4320. Eric been pulling for about 13 years, farmer. Tomorrow night we'll have our salute to the American farmer right here as a pre-show for our 5th and final session.
Yeah, the Dorwin's winners here in the past. Travis was doing the driving, but Eric, seat here.
Oh, that's his green star. That tells him where he is.
Really?
He's on the track at Tomah, if you check that out. Now, used for GPS purposes, yes, sir.
301 and 9. 301 and 9.
If you're mapping the track, you know exactly where you are.
You don't want to look at that ride right there because you're all over the place.
And did you notice every time he touched the brakes, the front end came down?
Yep.
Don't know what was going on with that.
No lack of horsepower by any means at all
right.
for that 4320. He's got the horses.
Absolutely.
Just got to find that balance we're looking for just a little bit here. And obviously he was up in the air and high flying all the way down our Busch Light track. So John Deere has been a tough running machine over the last several years.
Miles, you might have a better view of it from the Kenny Mac Tower at about 300 feet where the buckboard was. That seems like an awful lot of dirt piled up there.
There's quite a bit. There's down here on the track side, obviously, there's still quite a bit backed up against there. And he was working for everything he had and called pretty hard on the John Deere. Again, we'll give him another note or update with regard to the fact that we're bringing two-wheel drive trucks up the hill now. We can start to see them making their way trackside. We're going to fire Hemis up here shortly, and also modified tractors will be here in this same session as we conclude the weekend for our modified tractor guys. Some of those, of course, will double back and hopefully run with us again in the Unlimited tonight and again tomorrow night. But we conclude mod here. They'll be our first completed class of the weekend this afternoon, the modified tractors. So going to get loud here in Tomah, folks. And if you do not have earplugs, we encourage you to stop by one of the souvenir areas, places we can visit a vendor and get yourself some earplugs.
In between sessions, we'll have a little live music over in the beer garden, and also in between sessions, stop by the Hot Shot Secrets display. Hot Shot Secrets, trusted by thousands. They're giving away a free sample of their fuel additive everyday diesel treatment. While supplies last, you can pick them up. Head to Hot Shot Secret booth for your free sample.
Sneeze at the starting line.
And I don't even think that the Hot Shot Secrets everyday diesel treatment will work very well. Midnight Farmer on the way next on a Wapakoneta, Ohio.
Marty Nelson's 295, 955, 295 and 955. Not one of his better performances. Not real sure what's going on, but something needs a little bit of a tweak.
Well, our last puller in this light pro stock class, the Midnight Farmer, has to go by 332.57. If you go at 0.58, you're the winner.
And Doc, I also believe Mr. Paulson's coming back. Is that correct? We did reset that sled. He did have the option, correct? So he should be coming back on the bottom.
Thank you for being on top of that. It's not our last puller.
Yeah, so your leader is Kurt Dahl in the weekend mistress, 332.570. Colin Burkholz right behind the 1971 International at 332.110. Al Cook, number 3 with Black Thunder, 331.705. Jeff Michelocci, the minted, 326.625. And Steph Manville, and about time, she's number 5 right now, 314.970. Well, Wapakoneta is not too far away, obviously, from Bowling Green, where we make our way in August. And this gentleman has been running Midnight Farmer in the light pro class, Region 2.
Chris goes 271.18 in the Midnight Farmer, 271.18. As you mentioned, Alan Paulson come back in the Deer Addiction. Now, he was a test hook after a reset, and his distance then was 294.1. Again, 332 and oh, DQ for out of bounds. Well, tough break for him. That'll drop him down out of the big money.
And all you have to do is put just a little white chalk on either tire.
Yep. Now the sled.
The sled can go in it wherever it wants.
It can be out of bounds. It can have white chalk all over the place, but the pulling vehicle has to stay basically between the white chalk lines, which are roughly, your 2-lane interstate wide.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta be a better way to say that. Interstate.
Let's work.
2 lanes of interstate traffic. Yeah, 2 lane. Which, speaking of interstates, not too bad this morning, and it shouldn't be too bad on Saturday, but I want to leave a little bit early because there are some forward-thinking advancements into the traffic pattern around the Tomah area. And all of that because the 50th anniversary of the Budweiser Super Nationals comes up in 2025. So they're getting the roads ready now. Just a minor inconvenience. One more to go here.
John Deere 4620, called the chosen one. Getting started over there. RFD TV over there watching and filming as we get the starting procedure underway, and he gets that vehicle on the track. He will now out of Milan, Ohio. Is due up on the grandstand side. Large handful left in our light super stock class.
Hey, new this year is the Puller magazine. It's now the Championship Puller. It's the official yearbook of the NTPA. Our Championship Puller 2023 features comprehensive photography, reports. National champions are recognized from the 2022 season. So it's the yearbook. Used to be called the Pull magazine, but it's available at the NTPA merchandise stand. The Deer Addiction, Alan Paulson, was scheduled to hook twice. On a restart of the class, he was the test puller, went 294.1, but he has dropped. We started this afternoon off saying the wisdom is pulling in the afternoon at Tomah that you just, unless it's a pretty good pass, you take what you needed. Obviously, it wouldn't have won the class, so we'll see what happens here with his roll of the dice, if you will. The Deer Addiction, Alan Paulson, 13 years of pulling experience, grain farmer by trade. Special welcome to the Black Stallion pulling team here. Taking in the sights. Reminder, ladies and gentlemen, sunscreen and water.
Yes.
Head of steam, a little bit more wheel speed maybe. He probably could have taken home the win. Don't think that's going to happen, but we will wait for the tail of the laser.
Right. I count 6 blocks in the box that's moving forward on our red sled here.
All right, here we got Mr. Paulson, 3:10 and 9. So he's not going to be able to take the win there. Here's how they finished in the class number 5, the about time, 3:14 and 9. In 4th, the Demented. In 3rd, Al Cook, the Black Thunder, 3:31 and 7. Kyle Borkhorst, number 2, 3:32.1. And your winner, ladies and gentlemen, the Weekend Mistress, just a shade above second place. That's all he needed. 3:32.570. So the Weekend Mistress takes home the win here in our light pro stock class. We are getting ready for our next class. It'll be loud, it'll be proud, it'll be big. 41 numbers strong, and a good one kicking things off. We're happy to see him here back at Tomah. The whole family, the Tatums, will be our test puller in the 2-wheel drive class.
Tow tractor on the track in front of the vehicle of Heath Will now. Not gonna happen. He dropped 6 and he came back, and he's underhooked now, so tough break. The chosen one out of Milan, Ohio. Gary Higgle on his way in with the destination unknown out of Holman, Wisconsin. Not a lot of the orange paint in light super stock, but those that are tough runners. Two-wheel drive out, checking the track to see what conditions are for their competition run here in just a bit. As soon as we get the wagon changed. But here comes Gary Hagel.
Something about a D21. Take me back to my roots. There's no doubt. We talked about that this morning.
But
Top 3 in our light pro stock class. We'll need you, of course, to the Kenny Mack Tower. Our awards presentations.
As we've talked about, the fact that it's very good to be back in Tomah, 48 years strong. 50th coming up right around the corner. Opportunity for so many of us to get together the one time of the year to see family and friends. Also the time to celebrate. Celebrate just about anything here at Tomah. Don't even need an excuse to celebrate. I hear over in the campground. Tyler Zelmer. Tyler Zelmer. Please stand to be recognized. Tyler, that's not Tyler. Stand to be recognized. Ladies and gentlemen, Tyler Zelmer and that crew right over there at the Bachelor Capital of the World here at Tomah. Bachelor party time. If you're in Nashville, that's the Bachelorette Capital of the World. But Tyler Zelmer, enjoy, pace yourself. Have a designated drunk, not driver, just a guy you can point to and go, oh, that's the guy. I'm not going to get as messed up as he is. And they've already got that established. Okay, that's good. We'll check. You know, you guys going to be here tonight? No? Oh, got a big day planned, as they say, huh? I bet. Well, good luck. Be safe. And buy your 50-50 raffle tickets, because that would make the bachelor, I might even pay for the bachelor party.
And if you'll turn your attention down here, of course, to the Kenny Mack Tower, we're going to get started with our light pro stock class awards. And these awards are presented by our friends at Link Feeds. I'm going to hand the microphone over to Troy Schradel. He is a representative of Link Feeds. Let him make the presentation. Then, of course, we'll do a quick interview with Al.
Hey, guys. Congratulations on the 3rd place. Awesome run. I guess on behalf of Link Feed Ingredients North, I'd like to present you with a couple of hats and a 3rd place trophy.
I got to thank my family. I guess that's it. I got to thank Troy. Thanks for presenting, and thanks for Miles for doing a good job.
I also have a $50 gift card for you from our friends at Quick Trip. So congratulations again, and obviously get another opportunity. Now, if I remember right, if my memory serves me correctly, last year, Saturday night, same top 3, different order. Told this morning that gentleman right there is celebrating a birthday today.
Well, this is a heck of a way to celebrate.
That's not what we wanted to do by any means at all. But LP, we hope you have a wonderful day. We're sorry. That is not what we hoped for you there. Obviously, Mr. Larry Phillips out of the state of Kentucky.
First up on our 2-wheel drive side, a 6,200-pound, 575 cubic inch limit. We talk about families all the time. This class has got a bunch of them here. This is Tony Tatum out of Bardstown, Kentucky. Been here for a long time, off and on over the years. It's the Park City ride. Person directing him out front will hook 19th in the class. That's Lisa Tatum in the full throttle. So the Tatum mom's here too, but it is a father and daughter pulling effort here, at least the driving details. They've been here quite a while over the years. Lisa used to work on our ESPN programming back in the day. She's aged a lot better than most of us, rest of us on that television production crew based out of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yeah, so they own and operate a Park City business right there in Bardstown, Tatum Auto Supply. And while he's not here with us, her brother TJ, a very integral part of this as well. He's a former driver, of course, of the family's trucks. But really, over the last, say, 10 or 15 years, it has been Lisa and Tony and Betty as they have hit the circuit pretty heavily, running with these 2 tough-running Chevy S10s out of the Bluegrass. So Lisa obviously away a little bit under the watchful eye of Dad. She'll be back a little bit later. And 41, folks, sit back, relax, and enjoy the horsepower of these screaming Hemis and our 6,200-pound two-wheel drive trucks coming your way.
Tess Puller, green flag is out. Park City out of Bardstown, Kentucky. Tony Tatum.
We'll come right back down here to the Kenny Mack Tower, the winner's circle. Of course, we're going to present our second place trophy to the Burkholz family and do the presentation on behalf of our friends from Link Feed Ingredients. We get to have Mr. Troy Schradel.
Congratulations, Colin, on second place. Nice run. I guess I'd like to present you with 2 hats from Link Feed Ingredients North and Lemke Trucking. Congratulations on that, and a second place trophy. Good job.
Yeah, thanks. It's just an honor to pull here and then keep coming up here to the winner's circle. It's just awesome. We love pulling here, close to home, 12 miles. I just moved back from Oshkosh this winter. It's nice to be close again. First off, I got to obviously thank sponsors, Link Feeds, Lemke Trucking, others out down don't have our class here, just keep us here. And then got to thank my dad, obviously. It's his tractor, no doubt about it. I just lucky enough to get to drive it, stand up here and talk. Mondovi Tractor, they swept the class for the second straight session here. They just do great work. They took good care of us after we broke last year. They made sure to get us out. It was close, but we got back out. We've been running strong. Atlas Tractor, we redid some stuff there. My Aunt Sharon, ERG, she's a great supporter of the team. Got to thank all my crew here, Randy, the track reader. He tells me where to go, and then obviously I got to thank my wife behind me here. You know, glad she's here today. She's always first one to let me know she's at home waiting for me. It's been great.
I also have $75 from our friends at Quick Trip to present you, and I'm going to ask just because I've watched you make several passes here. And I'm not asking for the secrets by any means at all, but something tells me you'd do something different if you came right back out and did that again.
I don't know, it's just this setup. I don't know if it's just the chassis that Dave Fun built. It's just this dirt and that chassis and the tires. Got to thank Popo the tires. Those whole shots, they've made a big difference since we put those on a couple years ago. I think that's just been...
of an inch.
Yeah, it's just, if I'd like to know how far I would have got if I didn't have to touch the brake at the end, but, you know, Kurt was on the wheelie bars real hard. He might have went farther, so, you know, that's just a game of inches. That's the way this sport is. That's the beauty of it.
We get to see you again tomorrow night.
We're going to try hard tomorrow night.
Folks, the Burkholz family out of Wilton, Wisconsin. The Link Feed Ingredients Light Pro Stock. They are number 2.
Let's update you on the two-wheel drive class. Tony Tatum will drop to last. There is a sled reset. So R.J. Simon of the Simon Says Chevrolet, the first of one of their many vehicles here in the class, will be our test puller. Our test puller will be R.J. Simon in our 6,200-pound two-wheel drive class.
R.J. with 3 wins to his credit here in the two-wheel drive division. And obviously he did that. Has started in 2008 with his first win and has continually been a very tough out. Now this, of course, was the final truck that his father built. This was the Simon Says Chevrolet, and it came out of the Full Pool stables down in Tennessee. And of course, he came right out the gates and was running very, very well with this Chevrolet. So one to watch here, folks.
steady, good patience all the way through there for R.J. Simon.
And if you'll come back with me here to our awards presentation, as of course was our light pro stock class. It's presented by Link Feed Ingredients, and we have Mr. Troy Schradel here to make the presentation.
Congratulations, Kurt, on an awesome run. I'd like to present you with a couple of hats from Link Feed Ingredients North and a first place trophy. Nice pass, congratulations, and good luck the rest of the season.
We're going to leave it there.
Thank you very much. I'm just on cloud nine. You know what? After we won Louisville, Kentucky back in February, and at that point I was on cloud nine, and I was ready to give this up and give the reins to my daughter and let her drive, and I was going to retire. The last 15 years, my wife's been telling me that I can't retire till we win Tomah. It's like that's just a dream that's never going to happen. And my God, we just won Tomah. I don't know what to say. This is absolutely unbelievable. I want to thank my dad, my family, Mondolby Tractor, Chad Mayhill Tires, Northwoods Engineering. This is just the fans. This is such an unbelievable feeling. But like I said, I just want to thank my wife more than anything. She's the one that keeps me going. She's the one that reads the data, reads the track, gets my setup. She does everything for me. She's an amazing, and this is her dream, and I'm just following her lead and her dream. She's speechless, but I love these guys, my family, my wife, everyone. Thank you very much.
On behalf of our friends at Quick Trip, here's a $100 gift card. Obviously, it wouldn't be Tomah without a cooler or a presentation from our friends at Budweiser, and also from Hot Shot Secrets. We have a winner's package for you. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much. Can't wait for tomorrow.
Folks, let's give them a nice round of applause. They are achieving dreams, as he said, achieving dreams right here with us in Tomah, Wisconsin. We thank Link Feed Ingredients and Mr. Link, certainly down in Texas. We appreciate their continued support, and Link Feeds North here as well for all of their support of the event here. And I believe we just ran Brent Payne, as they said. Now he was doing some driving to the Paulson's tractor, that tractor out of Nebraska as well. So
Brent turns a 318 and change with the Deere Commander. 318.56 cents to the right for Brent. Not a stellar performance, but a nice solid pass for the Deere Commander. 3 left to go in that class and light supers.
Former national champion on the way next, Ross Nichols out of Laura City, Ohio. The on-the-edge ride. Terra controller and shipper receiving. Kelly, his wife's alongside. Ashley may be here. 2019 Grand National Champion in the Bowling Green, and the 2023 National Farm Machinery Show champion as well. So an awful lot. Keep an eye on this puller right here, and we will find out where he goes. There may be 41 in the class. We don't want to pull them off in a hot afternoon. There may be a sled reset. That's not official as of yet. It may be. Hello, John Strickland. Welcome to Tomah once again. Kind of nice that our pullers who are not pulling this afternoon get a little time to kick back and maybe watch a show for the first time in a lot. The on the edge ride. tighten it up a little bit. You hate to take away that 369.9. And again, this is all unofficial. Violating my own rules as an announcer to make technical decisions over a PA.
Yep. Noticed that. You wonder if Bryce Pickler watched all that happen. I guarantee he did. Oh, did not break 350. 349, 740. So Bryce Pickler is still the only one beyond that 300. .349, 740 for the detonator black. Kevin Lynn and Mark Kelsey will round out our class.
Folks around here, around this 200-foot mark on the infield side, our friends from Link Feed Ingredients are going to throw a few hats into the crowd. We've got a few left after our awards presentation for the Light Pro class. If you're interested, make a little bit of noise. She'll throw a hat your way. Just a few left remaining, I guess, in her hand there. But we certainly appreciate them and their continued support. As I said, Link Feed Ingredients North.
Adam had a run going, and I thought he was going to join the exclusive. Like it was perfect. It was picture perfect, but comes up. Let me see here. I can do that math in my head. .260 short of 550.
It's always the fourth weekend in June, right here at Monroe County's Recreation Park. Next year, June 22nd through the 24th. The 49th annual Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals.
Alan and Doc, I don't know.
Going to make a change on the infield side. Sorry, Miles, but that'll mean that Joey Frazier will be our new test puller.
I don't know exactly where John Dunlap is hidden, but from his bunker, he has texted me to let me know that Adam Spiegelberg was 3 1/8 inches short of a full pull. So
I told you that. I just came up with .260.
Well, I could have done that as well, but like I said, my dad sold toilets and I sell bulldozer parts, so
yeah,
I don't have
somebody else do that.
I don't have the math part that I need to be 3 1/8 short of a full pull. As we are trying very hard here, folks, on that Budweiser track. That Red Thunder entry has just been Tomah and it are dialed up together, no question about it, over the last several years.
Exactly right. Ad Aids is a promotional products distributor with 30 years experience matching clients' goals with targeted marketing promotional items designed to deliver staying power and maximum ad dollar. Call or email Ad Aids with your product detail, customer profile, and we'll suggest options to keep you handy when your customer needs arise and or change.
We have a very unique situation here. Goes back. Nichols will drop to last year on the sled reset, but R.J. Simon's exercising as a test puller prior to the change of a class. Really, his only option is to hook again now. And he still test hook. So he still has take that distance or drop to the bottom.
We made a change in the sled.
Correct. But he just hooked, but it happens from time to time.
Right.
That test puller option, and he's taking the option to come in and pull in that number one spot here. So RJ, trucking, farming, pulling sales. There's big family there with Kayla. Been pulling a long time, of course, the Simon Brothers. Roger, I don't think. Well, look at that. The folks from Sempico are here, passing out their magic.
And these guys can make it happen, too.
No.
There
yes.
You go. Perfect. Oh.
Not bad.
He's practiced from last year.
No, he's. I think one for Jeff, the sound guy.
Yeah.
Playing it right there. No, you can have it. It's yours. Miles, give that to a little kid or something. Oh, or you can have it.
I thought Alan wanted one.
No.
He was jumping out of his seat up there for it.
No. You don't have to throw the baseball back. You don't have to throw the Sampico can koozie back.
Kevin Lynn pulling in on the grandstand side out of Unity, Wisconsin, not too awfully far from home with that good-looking Ford called the Bomb. Exactly right.
Hey, no one has more fun for the guys from Sampico. You know, they've been involved with NTPA pulling on a big level for the last 28 years. The company's been around since 112 years. And of course, many pullers, many championships have used their product. High-powered pulling vehicles to heavy-duty trucks, over-the-road trucks, farm equipment. They can save you money, shorten that drain interval. 100% American-made Sampico specialty fuels and lubricants. Available for you at Sampico.com, or find out where your local Sampico sales rep is by going to their big pit area over there, right in front of Mr. Lustig's Silver Bullet.
We're going to talk a little bit about this. We go back. R.J. Simon, he's got the ready on his side. Obviously, Roger, 8 wins here in the two-wheel drive division. He had 9 total wins to his credit. We started with two-wheel drive in 1984, 58 and 60, and of course, Wayne Roush, he swept the weekend, 58, 6,200 pound that year.
Wow.
LD Nation has 4 two-wheel drive wins here, but number 2 behind Roger is Jesse Petro.
He has that option, take that or drop down. So
Yep.
we will find out. That's a pretty good pass. Not pretty from 100 to 150 feet.
No.
But you don't need to be pretty there. You need to be pretty at the top end, and that's what he ended up doing.
He trusts his engine builder.
Yep.
He trusts his crew.
Yep.
He trusts his lubricants.
Yep.
I mean, obviously, last night Brandon said the same thing. Run my Sampico oil as hard as I can, run my engine as hard as I can, come right back. They made that decision. I've only seen that happen a couple of times.
I agree with you.
You know, in all that they've done. But, you know, almost identical in truth to what he just did. I'm sure they didn't really change much. Refuel,
nope,
come
maybe.
back,
Yep.
Yeah,
run it
ready to
again. Didn't move any weight, I'm guessing. He kept that front end down just like he wanted.
And his distance, which he accepts, is 348 and 4. 348 and 4. So he took roughly, 20 feet off the last pass that he had. That's the new distance to beat right there, and he will take that effort. That'll bring up Joey Frazier, because Russ Nichols has dropped to last, I do believe. So Joey Frazier up next to come around sundown. 10 years. Hard to believe that Joey's been pulling out of Liberty for 10 years, the 2013 Rookie of the Year, National Farm Machinery Show, Enderley pull-off winners. 9 Grand National wins as well for Joey Frazier out of Liberty, Indiana. He's up next.
72 total sessions in two-wheel drive, 37 different winners since we started in 1984.
.278, 185. So nobody got Bryce Pickler with a 377. He's going to be your number 1, but boy, we were awful close. Adam Spiegelberg with a 349, 740. Comes up in the number 2 spot. Laid down a really great pass. Top 5 look like this in the class. We talked about Bryce and Adam Spiegelberg in number 2. Josh Blackburn with the 80 excessive force in number 3. Colton Whitworth in number 4. Number 5 goes to top 5 in our light supers. On the wagon on the grandstand side before we move to our super stock diesel. We have 9 of them to run here shortly.
Nice hook, RJ. Nice hook, man. That distance, 3:48 and 4. Joy Frazier coming up.
So this is a new ride for Joey.
Yep.
You know, we got a new name, and certainly this young man has done a good job. Part of the Petro Motorsports team. Some collaboration here, we'll say, with Full Pull Motorsports putting together the chassis, and then obviously Jesse and Joey kind of do all the completing work there in the shop in Camden, Ohio. Joey calls Liberty, Indiana home, but the hub for the Petro Motorsports team is right there in Camden. And a watchful eye of Jesse as Jesse makes his way trackside.
That was just your textbook, nothing special about it type of run.
Well, we're going to throw a little loop here again at our sled operators and our track officials, as he is right down there in the big end and not too far from where RJ was, maybe slightly past that 350-foot mark.
359.830, 359. So that puts him on first and will knock RJ Simon down to second. National Tractor Pullers Association would like to say thank you to our friends at Stop Fire, the world's best fire extinguisher. Been with the National Tractor Pullers since 2011. It's a blend of liquefied fire suppression gases. The great thing, it not only extinguishes fires, but helps prevent the reignition. There's no mess left behind, no corrosive residue, which means no cleanup. To get more information, go to AKE. AdamKevinEdward.com. AKE.com to get more on the Stop Fire brand. Celebrate 100 years of the Farmall. Case IH is giving away a Case IH Farmall Utility 75C tractor and $15,000. How do you get registered? Stop by your local Case IH dealer or visit farmall100.com. 100 years of the Farmall. Boy, that has been something that took its test of time. Long ago in 1923, when engineer Bert Benjamin was charged with putting together a tractor, an all-purpose tractor that could service the growing number of farms across the United States. Back in 1923, that's when the first Farmall was born. Kentucky-based Sullivan team, top in its automotive engine classes. So Donnie's going to come play. 40 years of pulling experience for Donnie. Truck driver, Grand National champ, Enderley winner. So, you know, he's got the chops. We have one out the end. That's Joey Frazier.
Former winner here with us in Tomah 2007. And he was we've only had one official hook NTPA Grand National points race thus far in 2023. That is, of course, Farley, Iowa. The second night we rained out. But on night number 1, this truck right here was in the number 2 position. All new truck they just put together here for the season and did a little bit of pedaling here and there. Obviously, the bodies that they had some extra parts that they needed to be able to complete the bodies right there. And good-looking Chevrolet Colorado. Wouldn't expect anything different from the Sullivan family and Donnie.
Very tough to do when that engine is still revving and the front wheels are bouncing that hard.
Pull off in two-wheel drives.
Yeah.
Hello.
238.935 for the last one over there. Pete McGiffin out of Barron, Wisconsin, as we move here into the super stock diesel, 8,300 pounds.
.350.8 for Donnie Sullivan in the big stick. 350.8. Nathan Faust coming up next. Hang Time out of Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Ag Protect One and Premium Crop Insurance offers specialty insurance products not only for the farm but the motorsport industry as well. We are floating it, so 359 is the leading distance. 359.83. Joey Frazier is the leader. That's the mark to beat. So our thanks to the good folks at Premium Crop Insurance and Ag Protect One. Get more information at premiercropins.com for more info, or agprotect1.com. Well, you know, we look at it, kind of a hot day here in Tomah, but Wednesday, February 14th through Saturday, February 17th, it'll be nice and chilly in Louisville, Kentucky. It is the WatchPulling.tv's presentation of the 55th Annual National Farm Machinery Show. You can check out WatchPulling.tv for more information. It's your front row seat to the granddaddy of indoor pulling events, February 14th through the 17th, live from Louisville. It is the National Farm. The Hang Time Chevrolet Colorado coming up, Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Nathan Faust, a mechanical contractor, 22 years of pulling here and had some great events. And this is one sharp-looking ride. The Hang Time Colorado on our two-wheel drive side. Don't miss your chance for bucket list experience with the 2023 NTPA Superfan Experience Contest presented by Case IH. 6th grand prize winner will be invited to the Case IH Racine Experience Center for an all-access VIP tour. It will be big. Just go to ntpapool.com or stop by the NTPA merchandise stand to get registered up for the NTPA Superfan Experience Contest. Nice effort there. All righty. 352 and 4 for Nathan Faust. 352 and 4. That puts him in 2nd place.
Grandstand side, we see Mr. Kent Payne out of Petersburg, Indiana.
Yep, the Super Rooster.
Yes, actually lives west of you, south of me, Doc. Petersburg. Feel right. I think I'd like to go back. But I guess they'll allow him to do just that. 238, 935 for Pete McGiffin. And he did accept that. Class of 9 here, Super Stock Diesels.
Nelson will be up next in the Sweet Revenge on our 2-wheel drive side. One thing about Kent Payne, don't get in too much of a hurry. Super Rooster, he just goes back now.
Changed that smoke color. It wasn't as black as it should have been. Not as black as it should have been. That's his 2nd attempt.
Oh, 70 Series Chevrolet coming to the starting line now out of Altamont, Illinois. Watchful eye of her husband Jared. He'll be out just a little bit later with the Midnight Revenger. This is Bethany Nelson. We are floating in the 2-wheel drive class here this afternoon.
Kent Payne's distance at 45, 240.
She floated it about 30 feet on out past the door there. So let's give her a nice round of applause, ladies. That was nice.
Never caught him out, that Nelson family. Polling fans, 392.265. That lady right there taking up the new #1 spot.
Looking for Steve Burge out of Lincoln, Indiana, the lock and load machine. Gave us quite a scare last summer when the whole bottom end came apart. Not engine-wise, pan-wise. We had a fireball about 40 feet high and 200 feet wide across the second track, and it got everyone's attention. What had happened, one of his water injectors in one cylinder quit, burned a hole in the piston. This is what I had understood later. Burned a hole in the piston. He was still pushing all the fuel, all the pressure. The pan couldn't handle it, split a seam on the oil pan. You now have fuel, you have oil, you have a lot of pressure, and you spread it out, and it is hot. It's going to explode. It did. And it was phenomenal to watch, but it didn't hurt anything other than the pan, from what I understand, and the piston, obviously. To run as anybody, and when he picks that front end up about 4 inches off of the ground and carries it, you know he's got his weight just exactly where he wants it. Did he need a little more wheel speed? Maybe. It may have been track, but looking at everybody else, he still has the lead for the 319.760.
Alan, John says that there is a photo of the Burge fire in the NTPA yearbook. So if anybody wants to see that, obviously there's a way to get to do so. Our friends from the NTPA have put together the yearbook this year, and certainly a chance to kind of gather that information, take a look at a very, very close gander.
Absolutely. It was phenomenal to be there and watch it happen, and it happened so very, very quickly. And then you look at a video of that fire. It was about 15 seconds worth of video. It's a wonder nobody got hurt, but nobody did.
The Blue Shirts of the Northwest Ohio Tractor Pullers Association welcome you to Bowling Green, the third weekend in August. The 56th edition of the National Tractor Pulling Championships, August 17th through the 19th. Twin tracks at Wood County Fairgrounds, championship rings, so much more. That's all at the National Tractor Pulling Championships, Bowling Green in August. All right, please stand by. A lot of activity around our two-wheel drive class.
Grandstand side, Zach Degenhardt backing in now with the Digging Hard machine. 7220 Case IH. Comes by the sport naturally. Degenhardt's have been involved, very much a supporter of this event for years. Not too surprised to see next generation stepping up as well. Zach is right here out of Wilton, Wisconsin. Class of 9 here, and having a little trouble hitting stride here this afternoon with this class. A little difficult to get everybody where they need to be when we have some difficulties on a track, etc. but it will fall. We have 9 in the class, and we are a third of the way through. Once he got it lit, you can look at the exhaust that remains, and you can see it was pretty clean all the way on. All the black he needed.
From the two-wheel drive side, that class will be reset. So 7 pullers in, we'll reset here, and we'll rock and roll from there.
Zach Degenhart takes first place with a new lead at 3:21.665. Steve Burge now in the number 2 spot. Pete Giffen in the number 3, and Kent Payne back there in a very disappointing 4th spot hole. I think the next time the Rooster makes the track, we'll see a whole different presentation. I'm guessing. Colin Rost up next to, and then Roger Peterson, Chris Reckner, Travis Slayback, and Kent Payne. Sorry.
Our two-wheel drive side, our test puller right now, McIntosh, Minnesota, never satisfied ride. Matt Bart, 20 years of pulling, farmer by trade. Again, he is our test puller as we have reset the class. Up on our class reset.
Grandstand side, we see Colin Ross, Waynesburg, Pennsylvania, the triple bypass, the McCormick machine.
Dropping to
off of what has been an incredible start there last weekend in Hutch with 2 just absolute monster passes. He had things dialed in and dialed up, no question. Straight from the shop there where they work at Chaos Fabrication. And he is, that's not what they were hoping for sure there with the triple bypass this afternoon on the Budweiser side.
167, 800 for Colin. 167 with an 8, and we do need a tow tractor, and he's headed out right now. You're right. It's one of those things that when you work, a lot of times you don't know how it's going to react. You know how it should, but there's no way to test a tractor pull vehicle until you tie it to a sled someplace. You can tie it to the tree if you want to out in the pasture, but it's not going to prove anything. And we saw it right there. He had it sounded good off of the line at 100 feet, not so much. And then it fell off very, very quickly.
We're going to make a presentation. Our friends from St. Joseph's Equipment are the sponsor of our Light Super Stock Tractor class. And I get to do this again. It seems like we're just going to have to...
Absolutely. Well, I also have a $100 gift card from our friends at Quick Trip, a cooler from our friends at Budweiser, and I will pass this box of Hot Shot Secrets as well to you, sir. Congratulations again, folks. They are driving the Red Thunder, and they have had a phenomenal day with us here. Mr. Pickler, Bryce, Chris, the whole family. We're going to take a quick picture. Again, our friends from St. Joseph's Equipment, our title sponsor of the Light Superstock class this afternoon.
Tomah FFA alumni 50-50 drawing pot right now is $800 this afternoon. All the money from last night has been collected, so we'll start all over with giving away money, and it's currently at $800.
Sawmill Express coming up. Look where the sled is spotted right quick. Green flag. Afternoon. So the Sawmill Express lays down the first official pass here in our class. $321.275. $321.275.
Green flag out on the grandstand side for Roger Peterson. The way things are going on the grandstand track, it is just another one. Unfortunately, not like we like to see in this class, and very unexpected too.
Well, what do you say we go ahead and talk to our number 2 competitor here in our Light Super Stock class. This is the St. Joseph's Equipment Light Super Stock class from this afternoon, and I get to pass this award to Adam Spiegelberg. The Spiegelberg family obviously have been very, very tough here. The Detonator Black entry number 2 today, just on the shortest side you could imagine of 350 and a possible pull-off there. So congratulations, number 2 today, and obviously back again with us tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks. Congratulations to Bryce Pickler and the Red Thunder team. They laid down a monster pass, best pass of the weekend. I don't think anyone was going to touch that pass. So congrats to that team. I want to thank the group of guys up here for helping me out all weekend. Blackburn Racing Components, Terry and Josh Blackburn. Mark Korf, you did a great job cutting our tires this week for Tomah. Everyone that puts this event.
behalf of Quick Trip, there's a $75 worth of gift cards for you, sir. And again, we look forward to having you again tomorrow.
Looking forward to it tomorrow.
Folks, let's give him a nice round of applause. He goes number 2 today. We're going to get a quick picture with our here from Trozilla. And certainly, for 2 in competition, back again tomorrow to try to catch that red thunder trackler of the Picture family.
You watch Roger as he makes his way off with a very disappointing pass of 35, 130. You can tell it's running way too rich. Not real sure what the deal is. I have a feeling before that tractor makes an appearance again, it will be dialed in. 3 left in the class.
On our 2-wheel drive side, Ray Fintech out of North Collins, New York. The Extreme Scheme, 1923 Ford T-Bucket. Works for the North Collins Highway Department, right up there around the Hamburg-Buffalo region. Let's see what he's got. $264 and 4 for Ray Fintech. $264 and 4. Out of Minnesota, coming up next, it's the Bottoms Up Ride. You know, we talk about the 100th anniversary of the Farmall. You ever wondered how the Farmall got its name? Well, 1923. Here's some of the jobs the Case IH Farmall can do. Baling, cutting hay, feeding, hauling, loading, pulling, raking, cleaning barn, mixing feed, fertilizing, mowing, chopping, seeding, clearing, irrigating, farrowing, cultivating, hitching, digging, emergency towing, hoisting, leading parades, excavating, and grading.
That's 27.
Yeah, that's one tractor that does it all. Celebrating a proud 100-year tradition. It is the Can-Do, comes in red, the Farmall. You can pick up your way to win a 75C ride. That'll be coming up. Just simply go to farmall100.com. Farmall100.com.
Long haul harvester hooked and ready to do battle over there. He rolls up tight. The green goes on from the sled side. All day. Chris Rotman out of it. About 220 feet for Chris.
Bottoms up going 3:01 and 3:05. That'll put him in second spot right there. Leading the class is the Sawmill Express, 3:21. And then the bottoms up in second. Third right now, the Extreme Scheme.
Chris's pass at 3:09, 2:40 puts him in the number 3 spot with our Super Stock Diesel. 3:21 is Zach Degenhart. Number 2 is Steve Burge, and number 3, Chris Rockner. We have 2 yet to go. Travis Schleback and Kent Payne.
Looks like Tyler Zelmer's bachelor party has moved on. National Tractor Pullers Association would like to say thank you to the following contingency sponsors who have posted over $585,000 for our top finishers in the NTPA national classes. Bill Miller Engineering, been with it a long time. He's really had some pretty good advancements over the years. Brown & Miller Racing Solutions, Jeans Machine Shop and Hazley Machine, Scheid Diesel Service, SCS Gearbox and Probel Racing Products, Stop Fire, and the good folks at Summit Racing Equipment Company. Just a few of those national manufacturers that are supporting NTPA pulling through that $585,000 contingency sponsorship.
Our session sponsor this afternoon is, of course, the Tomah Convention and Visitors Bureau, and we thank them for stepping up. If you want to know more, you can go to their website at tomahwisconsin.com.
They just moved into a cool office.
Yes.
The old Fire Rangers
Fire
station.
Rangers, yes.
I always loved that. It was always amazing to me. And they're easy to spot and pretty iconic here.
Exactly
at
right.
Tomah. We're going to see some good things out of the Chamber and the Convention and Visitors Bureau as we inch ever closer to the 50th anniversary of the national event here, Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals.
Travis uptight out of Marengo, Iowa with the motor coaster. He was working it hard, and all of a sudden we had all of it right there.
Michael Finnegan coming up next out of Camp Douglas, Wisconsin. Dollars and no cents. That's probably the closest puller to this track out of Camp Douglas. Of course, tonight, don't forget our salute to our veterans coming up with the motorcycle parade. That's tonight right here at the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals.
You're right. Travis lays down a nice pass, but it wasn't quite good enough.
Nope.
He's number 2 behind Zach Degenhart. Zach with a 321.665. Travis a 321.550. Number 2 spot. Steve Burge in third.
Jared Nelson, the Midnight Revenger, coming up. Then Jesse Petro. 291 and 1, 291.1 for the dollars and cents ride.
Just one more to run on the grandstand side. You recognize the vehicle, but maybe not the driver. We'll tell you why, because Ken Payne's in the driver's seat of Mike Beck's high-tech redneck, and that is permissible. The vehicle is the one that is qualifying for our ever-popular Enderley Points Championship chase. And if you have a driver that you feel is comfortable and competent,
oh, very much so,
yeah, you can put him in the seat. So Ken actually becomes a hired shoe this afternoon, so to speak, from a racing term that you're familiar with as well.
Well, and you know, you ask someone to be able to drive the vehicle, you got to think pretty highly and respect what they can do, and then also just know they're going to take good care of the equipment as possible, unless they tell you just bend the throttle and blow it up. But Ken Payne's one of those things, like you watch the Kentucky Derby.
Right.
I always look at the jockeys the names I know, because they're getting, the owner of that horse is putting them in because they think we got a good shot to win her.
Right. And the same thing right here. I mean, Mike unable to be here with us, so can't. Yeah, I can do that.
What was the Roosters posting? It wasn't real.
It was not a real.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't as usual.
So I know what was going on. Kent was thinking about driving this one, so the concentration wasn't on his own vehicle. Wants to take care of someone else's. So we'll see if that pays off here.
That's a very polite and diplomatic way of putting it.
Yeah.
But it probably could be true. Yeah, this is a tough ride. Mike Beck's
oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
redneck ride is just another one of those that won't hardly ever disappoint. Kind of like Marty. Marty never disappoints.
Get ready to fire Jared Nelson. He's coming in. Then Jesse Petro. Between those two guys, 8 wins here in the two-wheel drive category. Jesse Petro with 6 to his credit. He's coming fresh off of a sweep last year where he won both the two-wheel drive sessions driving Kathy's Complaint. So certainly Kathy's Complaint is sitting down there. The very next entry there, you see Jesse making his way out towards the front of the sled. And we talked a little bit about that, but each of these drivers have the opportunity to set that sled where they want to inside the chalk line. And he's going to watch just a little bit. And a lot of times we might just split the driver in front of us as tire tracks, move left to right, right to left, depending upon where we want to be. Jared has a little bit of data, obviously, because Bethany just went. She went to 391 and ultimately made the final decision pretty easy for our track crew to go ahead and reset that sled as she was down there near the blue barrels at the end of the track. But former winner.
That track and what has happened to this entire class. That track has been brutal on all of our vehicles. A couple of good passes, but for the vast majority of them, a brutal afternoon.
About ready to light the candles, Jared Nelson. Altamont, Illinois, the Midnight Revenger. Characteristic run at all there, and it seemed like it had good RPMs, but it never did seem to kind of hook, and then it kind of flattened out a little bit and lays down a run. Again, our lead is 3:21. That's the Sawmill Express.
They didn't quite hook like you wanted to out of the hole, I'm guessing, as we never quite got on that throttle. The big end of the track didn't quite have that wheel speed like you might typically see.
Kent Payne with a 2:36.605. A disappointing run for him. I'm sure he was confident he could do more than that. Here's the way they place the top 5 at least. Zach Degenhardt digging hard with a 3:21.665. Second place, Travis Schleback with a 3:21.550. Very, very close. Steve Burge in third with a 3:19.760. Number 4 goes to Chris Rockner, long haul harvester with a 3:09.240. Then we drop below 300 feet. That's the way they work for our super stock diesel class. We're going to run modifieds next.
293.8 for Jared Nelson. 293.8, Jared. Again, the Sawmill Express leads 3:21.2. Bottoms up at 3:01.3.
Yeah, so we're going to start to really pack them in here very, very shortly. I mean, 41 in the class, and obviously we've got several that have run who have a little bit of data on this track and what they want to do. Come down here to the big end, and that 3:21, we're going to start to put pretty tight there. But yeah, Digging Hard and Bone Twister were very, very close. Again, you think about the side of the track, that we've had a few measurements this weekend already that have required the intelligence of John Dunlap, and obviously we'll have to have a measurement there with what the difference was in our super stock diesel top 5.
We will do a little reweight on the green wagon. Get it ready for our 6,200-pound modified class. 6,200 pound, of course, the lighter weight of the Grand National modifieds. Limited to 2 automotive types.
Turbocharged.
No stranger to victory lane here or about at any other track. Jesse Petro. 25 years of pulling, done a fair amount of winning. Kathy's Complaint, 1923 Ford T-Bucket. Jesse's up right now. Chaz Fleming. Roger. Jesse will be back again, I do believe, in this class. Yes, he will. The Buckeye Hauler coming up, so he may have learned a little bit something there. 279 and some change. 279 and 8. That for Jesse Petro. I think that's going to put Jesse unofficially in the number 4 spot, quite possibly.
Well, we're going to come back down here in front of the Kenny Mack Tower for our final presentation of light superstock class. This is presented by our friends at St. Joseph's Equipment. They are our title sponsor of the light superstock class this afternoon, and our number 3 competitor in the class is Josh Blackburn. Josh, congratulations, sir. I present you your trophy, and certainly also have a $50 gift card from our friends at Quick Trip. I'm just going to hand you the mic. I'll let you do your thing.
Hey, thanks a lot. I got to give hats off to the track crew here at Tomah. I had no idea it was going to be a power track during the day like this. We probably didn't have a gear low enough for it. I was pretty happy that we made it down to the end of the track. got to congratulate Picklers and the Spiegelberg team. We all put on a good show. I got to thank my wife, my mom, my daughters, my son here. They all help out quite a bit. I got to thank Mike Chiswick and his family. And that's about it. Thank you.
Folks, let's give them a nice round of applause. Number 3, Light Super Stock. Twice here already this weekend with us in the winner's circle, Josh Blackburn. And the Chiswick family's tree there as he drives into the number 3 position today.
The In Too Deep ride, Chaz Fleming coming up to Lamont, Iowa. A couple of years pulling here, less than about 5, a land improvement operator. Old Chaz, he's been around. Knows how to read those tracks. And you notice here he spotted the sled a little bit closer to the center line, if you will. 2019 Chevrolet Colorado, very popular body style for a lot of our two-wheel drive competitors. A whole lot of years of the Colorado. Don't forget 50-50 drawing later this afternoon. Get your tickets now. $313-1. $313-1 for Mr. Fleming. That'll put him in third right quick. Third right now in the standings. The wide open ride out of Harmony, Minnesota coming up next. You know, when you come to Tomah, there's so many things to do, even during the winter months. Come out here and do some snow machine riding, and of course there's ATVs and UTV trails all over the place. Welcome to Tomah from the Antique Mall. Over 65 antique dealers. Coins, jewelry, furniture, glassware, toys, tools, so much more. It is the mall with it all, located on the north end of town. So we have 35 left to go in this class. It's pack rat time.
Oh, yes. Out of the Christensen stable. Yeah, absolutely right. Man has been doing this for a long time. And it's interesting watching the drivers as they come up. All family affair, so to speak. They're all very, very accomplished drivers. Modified class here. Doug Christensen doing the driving. The Pack Rat 4. And I'd have to think back to figure out and remember how many pack rats there truly are.
You know, it varies by class.
Watch that. Yeah.
That's like the good old days when you see it come up there and twisting just a little bit. Keep an eye on Pulling's biggest events live and on demand at NTPA's over-the-top streaming service, ntpa.tv. You can even grab yourself now a yearly pass. Tomah, Chapel Hill, Bowling Green, Enderley Pull-Off, many others. ntpa.tv is your next thing to being there.
298, 160 for Doug Christensen. 298 with a 16 to the right.
Out of Harmony, Minnesota, the wide open at 03 Ford F-150. Torgerson Auto Sales. Roger's been at it a good bit, a couple of decades there on the wide open. Great looking paint scheme. And again, that body, the Ford F-150. As he'll get set to run.
Yeah, you start looking down this list, and you know, from where our official start was with the official hook, we actually hooked number 8 there. So, you know, Chaz, his hook is number 15 in our order, so we've only still run about 8 trucks or so in our competition of 41. We're still trying to figure things out exactly where we want to be. We have that first pass out there around 321 feet. And that, of course, is from Mr. Tim Beatty out of Tennessee. He is your point leader coming in here. He did very, very well out in Farley. And he, of course, and Donnie Sullivan, sort of teammates, obviously, and they work very, very well together. They were 1 and 2 out there.
The rest of it's just brute horsepower past that. .287 and 4, 287 and 4 for the wide open. Next up, truck out of Farley, Iowa. Another Ford Ranger coming up. Hey, for a limited time, take advantage of savings on select Case IH disc motor conditioners, balers. Take advantage also of special utility all-purpose tractors. 0 money down, no interest for 60 months. They also have, for a limited time, the complete compact tractor inventory. Just stop by your local Case IH dealer on Monday and get all the details. Our thanks to good folks from O'Reilly Auto Parts. Don't get left stranded. O'Reilly Auto Parts carries everything you need for your repairs at great prices. They'll even do some testing for you as well. Batteries, alternators, things of that nature. O'Reilly Auto Parts, better prices every day.
Well, the old hired gun. Now you start to think about it. This gentleman has been a laborer for years, working very, very hard to try to get the two-wheel drives running and tractors running. He's worked with many teams, but has now gone to work full-time for the Simon family. And they acquired this truck in the off-season from Jim Mattingly out of the state of Kentucky.
Wow.
This is a former truck that he and his son Jamie ran. And there's some roots to this truck. You go back in the heredity of it. The old Thor truck coming out of the starting line. And this is Brad Wackup. And Brad, of course, going to do the driving. But as I said, he is one of their full-time crew members. Went to work for them, basically working on keeping that fleet of trucks and tractors running. And as part of that agreement, he gets to do some wheeling of a two-wheel drive truck every now and again. This will be his first time down the track in Tomah in a two-wheeler.
Grandstand side, Wayne Sullivan unloading and packing. Never look back.
Well, last night, Donnie told me they put that tractor together, and has since they put that tractor together, that was the first time that Papaw Wayne had taken it out of bounds. It does not happen very often in his illustrious career of driving, and certainly start to think about everything he's achieved. Going out of bounds, not something he does very often at all.
328.65 for the Kentuckian.
Miles, I thought you brought up a great point. Jim Mattingly has had great success during his entire career here. So the Thor ride's got some pretty good roots. We'll see what Brad can do here. 321 leads the class. just one of those kind of half turns of the wheel. Doesn't quite get the hooked into the ground. So I think Brad and the 4 probably will drop a little bit. Chase Richardson and the full pull upright is up next. And between sessions, stop by the full pull app compound right behind, right next to the beer tent.
Now, we had a $100 winner last night, somebody who had successfully predicted the top 3 finishers in our mini division and did so quite impressively there. You know, you kind of put the box around all 3. You pick all 3 of them in kind of any order. And a young lady last night was the winner of a $100 bill.
We find out for trackside that Brad will be dropping. He'll come back into the order after Marty Clark. All righty. For his final attempt, Chase Richardson, Lisa Tatum, and the Hillbilly Hot Rod are next to come up here on our 2-wheel drive side. Just a reminder, in between sessions or before you leave this weekend, stop by Hot Shot Secrets. They're giving away free samples of their fuel additive everyday diesel treatment. Each sample treats 100 gallons of diesel fuel and is guaranteed to increase horsepower, improve fuel mileage and economy, and increase your fuel's lubricity for extra protection. Head on out to the Hot Shot Secrets display, pick up your free sample of the everyday diesel treatment, available until supplies last.
The Ramblin' Rose out of Montgomery, New York, and Tommy Owens in the driver's seat. On the track and backing in grandstand side.
In many of these classes, you steer with your feet. Got brakes that'll work on left and right side.
Good for first place, 332.615.
You'll turn your attention here to our winner's circle. Our friends at Scott Construction present our Superstock Diesel Tractor Class Awards today. They are our presenting sponsor, and we'll start with 3rd place here this afternoon in our Superstock Diesel Tractor Class. Steve Burge, congratulations, sir. Welcome to Tomah.
Thanks.
And yes, that is very hot here. Why don't we do this? I'll set it right back here on the table.
Perfect. That's a little warm. We've struggled, had a lot of battles, worked hard lately.
At Quick Trip. Anybody else you want to thank?
You got to thank everybody here at Tomah that puts on an awesome show. You got to thank all the people that work behind the scenes, all the sponsors, the NTPA, and the wonderful fans that are willing to sit out here in this hot heat and drink beer and enjoy the afternoon. You got to thank Bone Twister and all the people in my class that we all work together and have a good time and try to keep each other on the track.
Absolutely, sir. Well, again, number 3 today, Superstock Diesel, our class presented by Scott Construction. Steve Burge out of Lynn, Indiana.
Chase Richardson up next, the Full Pull app. You get details over there, the Full Pull app display. Right by the beer garden. Have a little fun playing tractors here. Chase, no stranger to pulling. Been around for the last couple of years. Horsepower there.
And we'll come back to our Scott Construction Winners Circle and our Super Stock Diesel Tractor class. Travis, I'm going to leave your trophy sitting right there because the heat has made things warm, but I'll proudly present you these two $75 gift cards as well from our friends, or $75 total to our friends at Quick Trip. Congrats.
Yeah, I want to just thank everybody at Tomah, thank Quickstar, all the sponsors here. If it wasn't for you guys, we couldn't do it. All the guys in the red shirts at the line, you know, back there, I said thank you guys for getting us in line, taking care of us, and I appreciate everybody that puts everything together here.
Absolutely, sir. Well, obviously off to the start here in 2023 as we get in this points race, and you guys are hot and heavy. You got to be happy to be top 3, and you're going to be shooting for it tomorrow again.
Yeah, we'll just see what we got. Just keep going. You know, we got a long season to go, but we're here to put a show on for the fans and try to keep everything in one piece.
Absolutely, folks. That's Mr. Travis Schlaba, his team out of Marengo, Iowa, the Bone Twister.
The Rink Seed moneymaker on the track right now. Rink Seed been a very popular name all weekend around here. Of course, they were the big sponsors behind the Kids Club this morning. We appreciate all that. We understand there were 350 plus young people here on the grounds experiencing a lot of activity going on, getting a chance to get autographs signed, and the fact they got a little bite of pizza and got a chance to visit with other people of their own age. It was quite a morning, but thanks to Rinks for doing that. Brett Berg comes out of Farmington, Minnesota, driving the Rink Seed moneymaker. 4 flower plants on that. You can watch the barn doors come open as he comes off of the line. About 80, maybe before, they'll be fully open. On the ground was this circuit over there this time.
You know, in a weekend, you expect runs like that out of Brett Berg, the Rink Seed moneymaker.
Exactly.
Very rarely is he off. He was off a little bit last night in the mod class, but comes back here and lays down a nice hook.
.336, 765 is good for a #1 spot at the present time. 3:36. 765. Tommy Owens with a 3:32 right behind him in the #2 spot.
NTPA Championship Pulling presented by Case IH on RFD TV. We kick off a brand new season, the 19th season, continuing running on August 29th. That kicks off a brand new year. I don't know specifically when the Tomah will be on, but we'll have that information at NTPA. Out of Bardstown, Kentucky, Lisa Tatum. Of course, we saw the Park City ride of Tony Tatum a little bit earlier in this class.
Well, we'll come back down here to the winner's circle in front of the Kenny Mack Tower. Our friends at Scott Construction present our winner of the Super Stock class, and we've got the Degenhart family here. And certainly, I'm going to let a couple of them speak here with us. Joe, congratulations. I have a $100 gift card for you from Quick Trip. And I'm going to let your trophy sit right there. It's really warm in the sun.
Yeah, well, we can do nothing but appreciate this year. It's we've won here before, but it's a great time, especially with the group of guys we have, our whole class, and the super stock heavy class it's one of the best with the people in it. And we have some good sponsors too. We have S&S Distributing, Nomar Strap, and Martin's Bulk Milk.
Absolutely, and I'm going to pass it now to you, sir. And you got to do the wheeling and do all the fun stuff, so anybody you want to thank?
I just got to thank Uncle Bill and everybody here at the Monroe County Egg Society, everybody that helped put this pole on. Nothing like winning in your hometown. I love it.
Well, Bill and Joe, Zach right here with us doing the driving, and like I said, from our friends at Hot Shot Secrets, we have a box of product here for you. We have a cooler from our friends at Budweiser as well, and certainly congratulations, guys. Emily, they are your winners here this afternoon.
Says, okay, I can do that.
And
Brandon,
a big rooster tail.
Yes, he did. Rearranging a lot of real estate there.
Boscoville, Wisconsin, the Hillbilly Hot Rod. Chad Haggerty coming up next.
319, 5 1/4 for Brandon. 319, 5 1/4. Good for number 4 spot at the present time.
Hillbilly Hot Rod, always like to see these guys run. Good crew out of Boscoville, Wisconsin.
Pick a belt off there.
Lots of parts. I agree with Doc. I saw them flying as well. There's one.
I think it just shredded a belt, but I could be totally wrong. There were different pieces of the belt going different ways there,
Yeah.
unfortunately for him. But
well, I think that's the one little strip I saw, quick, was probably part of the belt. I think the rest of it kind of shredded as you go around. When that happens, you're pretty much done.
well, it sort of serves as the life force, unfortunately. That while it's not the most expensive part there, it's the part that turns those pulleys, and you can't really keep it running without that belt draped around it. So we see that a lot of times on the big tractor classes where we might shred one or kick one off and you can still keep going, you know, but in this two-wheel drive class where you just have one power plant, if the belt comes off, unfortunately, you're going to come to a stop.
Got so many great supporters of the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals and the NTPA as well. One of those is Mack Trailer Manufacturing. Now they make trailers, dump trailers, flatbeds, transfers, liquid tank trailers. They make it all. They serve the industry with trailers. tank trailers, a certified service location, best dealer network. They really do a great job. And it's run and managed by a couple of pullers in the Pro Stock division. Our thanks to Mike Connie and the crew at Mack Trailer. Experience excellent. Go to MackTrailer.com. Lynn Stumey coming up next, the Heartbeat Ride. This one is a little easy to spot amongst all of our two-wheel drives.
And why is that, Doc?
Well, because you can be a supercharged class, but also a turbocharged allowed. Lynn Stumey's been running the Heartbeat out of Waverly, Iowa for a lot of years. And when it's on, it's on. Beautiful looking ride. Chevrolet Roadster. And Lynn, a retired CNC machinist. About 35 years at it. Man, he has campaigned that Heartbeat truck all over the United States. He's had great success doing it.
Yeah, former winner here. If you go back in the archives, I want to say 2005 or 6, somewhere in that range. Lynn was a winner here in the two-wheel drive category.
And again, turbocharger is, you can see him up front. A couple of horns sticking out there as he get ready to go.
Top Crew Award winner coming on the modified side from earlier this afternoon. We made that presentation. And that, of course, is the Corporal family, the Corporal Punishment Entry. Sorry. They have, of course, their Marion, Indiana.
Green flag out for Lynn Stumey. The Heartbeat turbocharged. What's that with the turbo?
It has to be something with the fact that we have two of them. One on the side. Very end, he was running very well, sounded good. You could feel that one. You could feel the vibration in your seat as he went past. 291.915 for Les Corporal punishment.
257.33 for the Heartbeat ride. Marty Clock coming up next, just like clockwork. You'll notice a lot of the two-wheel drive competitors using and proudly displaying that Sempico Lubricants decal. 28 years in pulling. Sempico heavy-duty lubricants, that's the key. Specifically formulated with the highest quality heavy-duty components for heavy-duty equipment for both trucks and tractors, both on and off-road. Marty Clock coming up. Marty, plant manager, and this is a 1993 Chevy S10 body. Done very well for him. Marty's been at this game for over 40 years.
He's numerous wins on the NTPA circuit. You go back in earlier years, just a few years ago, actually, he was in the hunt there, a part of the points race. Very, very good running Chevy S10. And, you know, there's been some times where he was traveling, had kind of a teammate that they were sharing some information with. But over the last couple of summers, really just been him representing this team. Just like clockwork. Haven't really had any change in our results right now in this two-wheel drive class either. It's been pretty steady based off of the very first few hooks.
Bringing the Built by Farmers Case IH sled was stopped there on a sunny afternoon in Tomah. .303 and 6. 303 and 6. That'll put him unofficially right now in the 3rd spot. Marty's one of those guys that'll kind of sneak up and you look down at the final order and you go, oh yeah. Real matter of fact in his pulling. Coming up, another matter of fact guy, Wayne Timmerman out of Cuba City, Wisconsin, the Showtime ride.
Dylan Nolan's making his way out on the grandstand side with a Thorn out of Montgomery, New York.
It's an all brand new ride. All new frame, all new bullets, everything you can imagine sitting right out front of this young man. So Montgomery, New York's about an hour from New York City. These guys do some farming out there and very actively busy guys, no question about it. Under the watchful eye of his father, Tom. This is Dylan as he backs to the line, and Tom, of course, already ran with the Ramblin' Rose. This is the Thorn. And as I said, all new entry. Looks like we're going to bring Brad Walkoff back, I'm guessing, Doc, here on the two-wheel drive side.
Yep, you are correct. He dropped from a couple hooks ago, 285 and 7 was his effort there. That's some dirt tracking right there, boys.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. I did never see him cross the line.
Well, he's got 4 Hemis. His dad has 3. And a very similar setup in terms of the engine configuration and in terms of the chassis, but a little bit more horses there. And we're going to get everything dialed in, we'll say. But we bring Brad Walkoff back now for attempt number 2. He backed out of it about 80 feet on his last attempt. This is the Thor entry out of the Simon Stables.
294, 505 for Dylan. 294, 505.
Green flag's out for Thor. There a little bit, may have come on unhooked a little bit and get back into it. So we'll see what Brad comes up with.
Yeah, that white puff of smoke at the end hurts just a little bit. That's not
Yes,
one
it does.
we want to see. A lot of times that's, you know, a sign of a piston or something that we didn't quite have right there. Unfortunately, at the end of the throttle, kind of changed tones a little bit as well. So
unfortunate for that Ford Ranger. And the Simons, as I said last night, they brought 10 entries, 10 different entries here this weekend. We've had, obviously, the two-wheel drive trucks. There were 5 two-wheel drives, 2 pro stocks, an unlimited, and our mod, light unlimited or light mod, and then the 4-wheel drive truck, all here with them this weekend.
280.05 for the Thor out of Farley, Iowa. And we should see Wayne Timmerman next, the Showtime out of Cuba City. Farm challenges never end, making constant innovation a must. And to that end, good folks at Case IH have updated the most powerful 4-wheel drive tractor in the industry to deliver rugged performance, high-tech functionality, and so much more. It's the AFS Connect Steiger. Yep, the Steiger brand. Their lineup offers great dependability and customization than ever before. Stop by your Case IH dealer for more on AFS Connect Steiger.
Out of Wilden, Illinois, the Dirt Slinger. Everybody knows this one. Everybody is accustomed to this one. Jed Leishner in the driver's seat this afternoon out of Wilden, Illinois. Had 2 or 3 good runs, and then we backed off. So we've got a 336, a 332, a 319, and a 320. Everybody else under that 300-foot mark. 3 left to go. Jed Leishner's 1. Joe Fintak is the next one, and Jeff Rose will wrap up the class.
Wayne Timmerman retired there, and 2014 rather, Enderley Regional winner.
Got awfully hot because he was just kind of feathering it, but holding that brakes consistently.
Boy, he churned up a lot of dirt there, boys.
Well, Wayne Timmerman on the line, the two-wheel drive side. He was in the points race last year, very, very deep into the thick of it, the final hook of the season before we really settled the score.
City.
Jed Leishner's distance at 323, 920, 323, 92 cents to the right. Good enough for a number 3 spot at the present time. Behind Brett Berg and Tommy Owens.
Wayne Timmerman, 288 and 7. 288 and 7. Top 5, Jared Nelson in 5th. In 4th, the bottoms up ride. 3rd, Marty Clock. 2nd, in 2 deep. And your leader, the Sawmill Express. 321 and 2. Don't forget, 7 o'clock tonight. Be here a little bit early for our salute to the military. That coming up this evening, right here at the 48th annual NTPA Budweiser Super Nationals. Right in the heart of Dairyland and Cranberry Country. And a two-wheel drive side, you see that sled inching to the middle of our track here on the pit side, the Busch Light side. Fred Rushkow coming up in the Jeepers Creepers ride. 48 Jeep. For those of you keeping score, there's only 27 two-wheel drives left.
Well, we're going to really figure things out here as we get a little deeper in this modified tractor class. We bring the Fintax in from New York, and then, of course, on the two-wheel drive side,
fire up and bring it in as well. Last night's winner still looms in the pit area in the wings for the modified. That, of course, was Jeff Rose. As we get ready to declare this weekend's modified winner. Last night, you know, you think about Jeff and his strong run. We also had Jed Leischner here with us, Brandon Simon. Those three were our top three. And remember, we'll give a low weekend total. So we'll add the two together, the lowest total of the weekend to be who we will categorize as our weekend winner here in Tomah.
Out of North Collins, New York. A reminder, session 4 gets underway at 7, or session 3 rather, gets underway at 7 o'clock tonight. Power plants did not sound healthy. They were all running, but they were not contributing equally to the run. .264, 355 for Joe Pintack. 264 with a 3.55. Leaves us Jeff Rose.
Should we bring Troy Rochkall coming in here now? Next entry on our two-wheel drive side. Get a little bit deeper in this class, and that pass right now from Tim Beatty looking even stronger, one by one. Remember, we reset that sled after Bethany Nelson went out to about 390 feet with the sweet ribbon.
Edgewood, Iowa's very own corn burner on the way next. .272 and 8. 272 and 8 for Jeepers Creepers.
I want to remind you folks, at 5:15 this afternoon over in the Full Pull app trailer, we'll have some live interviews and open discussion as we get ready to plan and prep for session number 3 to come our way. And there'll be some predictions of what we think might happen and who might just be ready to watch as we make our way through session number 3. Obviously, still working on number 2 right now, as we have about 23, 24 two-wheel drive trucks remaining in this class, as well as maybe one more mod, I believe, and that is last night's winner coming our way from the state of Minnesota, fresh off of hosting their event last weekend and a win last night. Here come the Rose family with Giddy Up, their triple engine modified setup. These are some of the guys that will bolt on a 4th Hemi power plant and come and run for tonight's Unlimited as well, most typically.
Jason Sullivan coming up next, the corn burner.
Starting to be more involved on the national level here over the last couple of years, and certainly very
Deja vu all over again, man.
Exactly right.
Wow.
Yeah, he's in the thick of it down there on the big end. We're going to wait and see. He can't give you that perfect vantage point from the stage here, but he is in the mix, no question about it. And they have been working pretty diligently to get where they're wanting to be.
He pulled it off. He's got the first place win again. 338 with a 365 to the right. Jeff Rose, the last of the class, the best of the class.
You saw that? You see that fist pump in that Ella right there? That's awesome. Good for him.
Wasn't he the last hook last night, too?
He was late last night.
He was late, I know that, yes.
We reset, and I think we had a couple that maybe came back after Simon, of course, had to run again.
Getting down there.
Well, here's what's happening. This starting line is throwing these guys and gals for a loop. And we're trying real hard to figure out when we want to get in the throttle and trying to be patient, but also feel that rear set of tires set under you. And I don't know for sure. I'll have to talk, obviously, to some of them, but we're a little behind it. But I think we're all a little afraid right now just to get on it where we want to be. So most typically, they're going to want to get all that horsepower and all that running that they can that first 50 to 75 feet. And right now, just a little bit of a challenge getting that hole shot that is so accustomed to allowing you to keep on running out there towards that 350-foot mark.
Well, the three you're going to want to talk to from the grandstand side, obviously, Jeff Rose, the giddy-up driver, and then Brett Berg, the rink seat moneymaker, and Tommy Owens, the Ramblin' Rose. Those are your top three. Ted Lashner in number 4, Wayne Sullivan in number 5. Good class of modifieds here this afternoon on the grandstand track.
Corn burner goes 286.095 to 286.095.
And Jeff makes that math pretty easy for me because I don't have to, you know, when we start trying to carry the ones and get into this deeper stuff, it's hard for me. But a 1 and a 1 equals 2, and it's pretty impossible to beat that. So he'll be our weekend winner, the giddy up entry. That's a pretty easy math for us. So congratulations to Jeff and Ricky Rose. And they'll want to be here quick for their interview and then likely get their way back over to the trailer to start their process of getting everything ready for tonight. I'm assuming that they will come back out and run Unlimited.
One of our contributors here this afternoon is Bug Tussle, offering high-speed internet, cellular, and entertainment for rural Wisconsin and beyond since 2003. Call 833-B-TUSSLE and get connected today. Thanks, Bug Tussle. We appreciate your assistance here this afternoon.
Here's the back 40 coming to you out of Harmony, Minnesota. Kevin Winkin up next. Back 40, a 32 Chevy 5-window coupe. Gavin's been pulling for about the last 5-6 years. This is a great looking truck, and boy, when he gets the weight right on it, it is something to see. Again, we're looking back at our number one in this class.
Regardless of who owns it, regardless of who drives it, this truck's still one of my favorites. We bring the back 40 to the starting line. They used to run two. The Naps, of course, did. They had 80 acres in back 40. Chuck drove this one. Idle drove the other tractor, or the other truck. It's now down south, known as Thunder Road. And this, of course, family, it's the second entry they had for a while there. And obviously the Naps made their way to the unlimited class with the 4-engine tractor. So the back 40 entry's been around. This truck, a former NTPA champion in the two-wheel drive division.
Green flag is out. Here comes the safety. 292.945 for back 40. 292.945. R.J. Simon up next, and he is in the Dodge. The Simon Says Dodge. Then we'll see Mason Theobald, Corey Kielmeyer, and a couple of more left as well. You can bring your engine back to life with Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil treatment that is backed by science, shows real results, and is money back guaranteed. Engineered to clean and protect your engine, restoring power and throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at O'Reilly Auto Parts, Tractor Supply, Amazon, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Well, if you get ready to turn your attention here in front of the Kenny Mack Tower for our Winner's Circle presentation, and we have some guests here from Rink Seats. Of course, we've talked about them already this weekend. They have been very, very involved in our event, also with the Kids Club. So we appreciate Jeremy and Lee being here with us. Tom Owens, congratulations, sir, on your third place finish. Welcome to Tomah, and certainly in this points race already, you know what it's like. You got to gather as many points as you can at each event you go to.
Oh yeah, every one kind of counts. So we just do our best.
Absolutely, sir. Well, is there anybody you want to thank this afternoon?
Oh boy, we got Modern Machine, Brad, everybody at Modern Machine do an excellent job on both our tractors. SSI, TJ, Brian Knox down to the Boyds. The whole Boyd family are great. Whoever puts all this stuff on, there's a lot of people here working to make it all happen.
Absolutely. Well, I have a gift card for you from Quick Trip, and I'm also going to let Lee and Jeremy present you this award on behalf of Rink Seat. And your third place finisher here, folks, all the way from Montgomery, New York. How long did it take you to get here?
I don't know. We came from Minnesota about 18, 20 hours.
All right, folks, let's give him a nice round of applause. We're going to get a picture right out here. And smile real pretty for that, Tom and Dylan. And your third place finisher, he's driving the Ramblin' Rose entry out of Montgomery, New York, Tommy Owens.
Simon Says Dodge right now. There we go. Looked like maybe a little gearing issue or something. He was working hard there. RJ out of Farley, Iowa. 1990 Dodge Dakota. Simon's Trucking helping them out here. Boy, they have come in a short time. They have added some rigs and trailers to their trucking operation. In addition, running the Farley 300 racetrack. So, plus, as Miles mentioned, they have like 25 vehicles here this weekend. So,
yeah, no doubt, quite a few. I think they brought 6 rigs.
wow.
So, not too, just, you know, not a big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. And we've got what, pro stocks, 2-wheel drive,
A couple pro stocks,
modified.
5 2s, a 4, a mod, and a light mod.
Here we go. Yikesville.
Well, I always give him credit because he is not afraid to roll the dice and try something different. He went to a kind of different place than we've been. And unfortunately, what he learned is what all these other folks have been wondering. And so he's gonna teach them something there. But he kind of let it come to the right and worked the brake, no doubt. But I don't think he wanted to come that far over, folks, with the Simon Says Dodge. And we're going to come right back down here to the winner's circle. Our friends from Rink Seat again are here to present our number 2 award. And they do so to a guy that really needs no introduction to the folks from Rink or here to Tomah. Brett Berg, congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Now, obviously, you're working to try to get things dialed in. You got to be pretty happy with today's run.
Yeah, we had a lot of issues going on down there. Got a couple pins busted in the clutch. I think the rear end differential starting to come apart, so we were struggling a little bit. The run didn't feel very good in the seat. I think we had another 10, 15 foot in it, but I'd like to thank my temporary crew here, Terry Benson, Brad Corporal, the Holicky bunch, Isaac Conway and his family. I mean, kind of had a temporary crew here. Jeannie's at home, laid up with some back issues, and she's holding the homestead down at this point. So.
Absolutely. Well, we have Lee and we have Jeremy here from Rink Seed to make a presentation on behalf of Rink Seed, our sponsor of the modified class. And I also have $75 from our friends at Quick Trip.
All right, I need a little favor out of you guys. This next guy coming up, he's a farmer. Let's sign him up for some Rink Seed order here before we give him any hardware. What do you think?
We might have to do that by all means, but Jeremy, go ahead. We'll let you present that award to Mr. Brett Berg. And again, we thank our friends at Rink Seed, and congratulations to Brett Berg. We're going to smile pretty for a photo right out here. And certainly, again, folks, let's give him a nice round of applause. Driving the Rink Seed Moneymaker number 2 this afternoon in a modified class. And it was presented by Rink Seed.
Mason Theobald, the Wicked Motorsport team out of Shelbyville, Indiana, is up next. I think that all of the Theobalds in that family are pulling one way or the other. Between Doug and Renee, there's several generations of pulling there. So Mason's got the ride here. Grant takes the four-wheeler down to the other end.
Yeah, so mom and brother got to work last night.
Yep.
Younger brother gets to do the wheeling today, and dad gets to play tonight. So, you know, four family members, 4 drivers, 4 vehicles, and I love that they're in that mini division. I think that's where they needed to go and where they kind of needed to land, and I started lobbying for that a couple years ago, and certainly away from that 2-wheel drive class with the Chevy S10 that they had for a while, and obviously Doug drove that to so many wins throughout the country, and they have now parted that. This is formerly the Pretty Wicked entry that Renee drove for so many years, and you know, you go back to the roots of it. It's a new frame and a new chassis under that truck. But you go back to the roots of kind of where that all began, and it started with Brian McDonald. And, you know, as the very first Midnight Mistress that he had that went to Roland and Fonda Bar, then down to Gary Kempton. And then from Gary Kempton, it came up to Renee. That's where Renee really got her start before they put the new frame under that truck. So when they really started going there, the Theobald family, they had a proven piece that had really done such amazing things in the sport.
Well, of course, the father of Doug, Keith Theobald, NTPA national president, has been for a long time. Green flag is out. Young Mason.
pretty happy with that.
307.195. 307.195. That'll put him in third place, I do believe.
Are you ready to talk with me, Jeff? I've had some complaints. People said you're getting a little greedy. Well, congratulations, sir. What a weekend. You're doing a good job. The tractor really well balanced. Everything you guys have been wanting to see happen is happening.
Yes, it has. It's I can't believe I won it 2 days in a row to come to Tomah, and I've never won here before. But I got to thank my dad setting the tractor up, telling me how to drive, and it all went perfectly well today.
It absolutely did, sir. Well, I know that there are others that are behind you that are making this work. Obviously, a big crew standing here, folks at home that are making you guys get up and down the track as well. I'm going to give you an opportunity to thank them, and then obviously these gentlemen right here from Rink Seeds, based off of what Brett Burke said, they want to talk to you about purchasing some seed.
Yeah, I know Brett's joking around with us on that, but you never know.
Well, who would you like to thank?
I got to thank my dad, first of all, my girlfriend, and all these guys standing next to me for helping us. We got a big load of work to do. We'll be back out here tonight for the Unlimited.
Absolutely. Well, on behalf of our friends at Hot Shot Secret, here is another box full of product for you. A $100 gift card from our friends at Quick Trip, a cooler from our friends at Budweiser, and I will also let Jeremy make the presentation on behalf of Rink Seed with the trophy. Folks, let's give him a nice round of applause. Your winner, he sweeps the weekend, and that, of course, is not easy to do here at Tomah in a modified class. Mr. Jeff Rose out of the state of Minnesota.
Well, Fuller with a great lineage in Poland. Corey Kielmeyer, the double upright. Kielmeyer name associated with the semis for so many years and popped into an automotive class. I think Corey really enjoys it. He's going to get set. 3:21 and 2. Sawmill Express leads into deep number 2 at 3:13. Mason Theobald, the wicket right at 3:07. And that has got him right now in third place. This afternoon's winner of the 50-50 raffle balloon ticket. I think he deserved a little bit of our white chocolate.
Yes, sir, he did indeed. A gentleman told me earlier, you know, you think about it, you really don't put all the ads together, but you know, once the sled is starting to turn, you're probably not going to get your vehicle to come back around. I mean, that's the kind of the difficulty of it. But I have one more presentation to make here in the modified class, and I talked to Barry briefly about the fact that we have our first weekend winner. But on behalf of 88s, I get to be able to present you the Point Champion Award for the weekend in the modified class, and certainly congratulations again on sweeping.
Thank you. There's a couple more people I need to thank. I got to thank Pico Oils, Ken Binney, and SSI Blowers, and the Fair Board Committee for putting this poll on.
See, it was just destiny that we had to give you a second award today. That's because you needed to talk more, all right?
Thanks.
Folks, again, the Rose family out of the state of Minnesota, straight from promoting their event last weekend to come play with us this weekend here in Monroe County and Tomah. We certainly are glad to have them again. This is the Rose family. They'll be back with Giddy Up. They got to go bolt the fourth motor on, move the third over, and do a little bit of hard work back there. Remind you again, we will have live music between the session. At 5:15, we'll have a session over there with the full pull trailer as well. Opportunity for you to stop by, scan the QR code, and learn more about the free games that are happening this week. Ethan Frederick coming our way. Out of New Glarus, Wisconsin, the side job. Jordan Nelson, loud and low. Out of Farley, Iowa, on deck. Jesse Petro back with a second entry for him to do the wheeling of. The Buckeye Hauler is on deck, or on hold there. 3 to go in that group. Of course, we still continue to work our way through, but that distance very strong. Right now, the point leader coming in with Tim Beatty. And he is set there in that #1 position with the Sawmill Express.
As I mentioned, the 50-50 raffle, blue ticket number 227022. It is $1,150. You can pick your prize up in front of the yellow building, which is at the starting line. Right by the ATM flag over there, there's a window. You can step right up and claim your earnings. Again, blue ticket 227022. Thank you from all the FFA alum.
Tim Beatty, your leader, 321.275.
Belt's gone, but I think you heard one of those burst
panels.
Yep.
Yep, burst panel, blower belt kind of hanging there as well, a little bit of residual. Obviously, the burst panel serves as our release valve.
Yep.
And we want to try to get all that combustion that we're building up inside there. And he's looking things over just a little bit as well, talking with our NTPA officials, as things might still be just a tad bit warm.
Well, you can see the heat coming off of the top of the motor, and it's more than simply radiated heat. It is the alcohol fire that you're watching there, and it's hard to see and hard to put out.
Yeah.
I will say, I don't know that I've seen Ethan drive before, but the young man got that truck hooked.
Yes,
he did.
I mean, he was off and running.
Just you can definitely say it was not driver. It was a blower belt.
No.
A little pressure back there.
That's been one of the things we've all kind of been scratching our heads with is how are we going to get out where we want to? And the other thing we have to remember is none of these two-wheel drive guys, to my knowledge, or maybe very few of them, let's rephrase that, few of them have already hooked to this sled.
Right.
So, you know, when you think about Vaughn's trying to advance the sport. He's always doing something a little bit different. We're trying to let them get up and running. You know, we want to change things just a little bit. Well, they're all used to that old green sled. That's their old reliable. Well, the old red sled that's coming out here on narrow, carrying the case levery, that's a little bit different, a different hook for them to be able to go against. So, you know, everything's kind of changing for us just a little bit. Our guys here at Tomah do a fantastic job of prepping the track. I've heard that on many occasions, as you can already see them working on the grandstand side of what we're trying to do and go ahead and prep for tonight so that we can have tons of horsepower over there on that side as well. And we'll just like we talked about, we'll do that again. We'll tear up this side over here, completely rebuild the tracks. And as dry as it has been in Wisconsin, as dry as it has been around the Midwest, we're going to have to add some water, I'm guessing, try to keep that thing nice and moist.
Ethan, you've got better days ahead of you. I can tell you that, my friend. Good effort. Jordan Nelson coming out with an interesting loud and low out of Farley, Iowa. So that's another one of the team tractors we've talked about. Jesse Petro waiting in the wings of the Buckeye Hauler. Tyler Johnson, a Bit of Magic 3. And the Alcohol Addiction Retapped. That's your...
Jerry, of course, had done some driving. They've had several different drivers who have jumped in the saddle of this. And Jordan Nelson, no introduction needed, really. He is one of the Nelson brothers. You go back to the state of Illinois, Jared and Jeremy. He is the younger brother. A winner here with his Ford truck back in the day as well. Former two-wheel drive competitor on his own right with he and his dad campaigning a truck.
You know, you talk about the hired shoe type thing, and this guy's another one of those that is absolutely cut out for a job to get in and be able to run something with a great amount of confidence and, more often than not, a great amount of success as well.
Well, the Simons have kind of provided some of these guys with the opportunity to live a dream. They get to work on pulling trucks and tractors pretty well 24/7, 365.
Yep.
I mean, Jordan moved to Farley, Iowa from Illinois. He was a former truck driver. That's what he did. He drove for his brother, and he ended up in
inside the cab, you come off the line, it doesn't seem like it's going to be right, and Jordan doesn't even flinch.
Yeah.
Telling the driver's seat, he didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't do anything else. He just said, yeah, the track and the truck are going to come to me. This is what I got to do. May not be a winning effort, but boy, it's a pretty good hook.
That's a top 5. That's going to put him around 5th or so with that shot. He's short of Mason, I think, but in front of his brother who was in 6th, so he's right there in that 5th, 6th region. He got the front end up a little more than we've been with several of our other guys as well.
304.028. 304.028.
You give them enough opportunities, and obviously the Simons are going to get that truck down the track. There's no question, and they have several of those. And that Chevy Colorado now, a gorgeous piece. They make their way down the track. Corey Conant, if you are here, Corey Conant or Conant, if you are here and you can hear my voice, make your way over to the stage in front of the Kenny Mack Tower. We have a presentation to make to you on behalf of our friends from the Full Pull app, from Full Pull. They have been rewarding some of our winners over the course of the weekend, and from our light super stock class, you appear to be the winner.
National Tractor Pulling Championships rolls on. Mark your calendar for the 56th edition, Thursday through Saturday, August 17th to 19th in Bowling Green, Ohio. Retired Tractor Museum, kids pedal pull, so much more going on. An award-winning fundraiser for Make-A-Wish for Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana. Blue shirts of Northwest Ohio Tractor Pullers Association are ready for you. Here comes the Buckeye hauler, Jesse Petro, longtime winner here, 25 years of pulling. Of course, going back to his father, Randy Petro. Jesse's involved in truck pulling.
You don't see it very often where this gentleman right here comes out with 1 and 2 trucks and you know, has Kathy's complaint. I would say he had to go back kind of the drawing board, wanted to figure out what he wants to do. So I'm anxious to see what he's got. What he's figured out exactly how he's going to dial this truck in. This is his truck, the one that he's so used to driving, won so many national titles with, and went on that streak with the Buckeye hauler. And of course, Kathy's complaint was Dad's truck for so many years. He has been wheeling both the last couple of summers. They bring the Buckeye hauler to the line, and Jesse Petro.
Topped out, he just continued to go forward straight as an arrow.
Now that's, again, we're starting to figure things out a little bit now. That'd be 3 in a row that have gotten down here to that 305 to 315 foot mark. That's a number 2 or number 3 effort, I'm going to guess.
I don't think he got Tim. Tim's out there at that 3:21 mark, but that's close to where Chaz was, I think.
Not too far away. It's going to move him into, unofficially, I believe, second place. He goes 3:17 and 5. So again, the Sawmill Express out there 3:21 and 2. Chaz was 3:13. So Jesse Petro, as you mentioned, you know, he's the kind of guy that can come here and just make a little adjustment here, a little adjustment in driving style, and he's going to be at the top end right where he wants to be. Here's a good look on our replay, our Case IH replay, as you take a look head on at the run of the Buckeye Hauler, which put him in second spot, 3:17 and 5.
Now, the one thing I will say is he was not as ahead of it as I thought he would be on the line. He continued to wait for it before he was really fully into it. I've kind of thought, and the theory that I'd had was, we really got to get it running, you know, down here. That first 50 feet, we've got to get it.
Oh, yeah.
Jordan and he have changed my theory a little bit with that thought of what we've got to do here. Now, Jesse kept his front end down a little bit lower than where Jordan may have been, obviously with Loud and Love. Ready?
Tyler Johnson coming to play. Keep up to date with all things NTPA. Go to ntpapoll.com. From there, you can link to everything. The television, live streaming, points, schedules, lineups, which you can get to your phone or your laptop, and even live results. Looking at live results right now, show 17 left to go. If you're a puller, farmer, contractor, or trucker, some Pico lubricant and fuel additives will save you fuel and increase the life of your equipment and reduce downtime and maintenance costs. Sempico.com for more details. $288.97, $288.97 from Tyler Johnson. That'll put him right there about 12th spot in the neighborhood. 100 years of the Case IH Farmall. Let's make it simple. This tractor does it all. Still up by many, celebrating 100 years of Farmall. Case IH giving away a Case IH Farmall Utility 75C tractor and 15 grand in cash. Join the celebration. Enter for your chance to win at your local Case IH dealership or online at farmall100.com.
Kurt Timmerman, the hot and nasty entry. Then we should have Alan Kane with Mad Max. Those are the next 3 entries to make trackside here on the Busch Light side of the track. Tomah, Wisconsin. This is session number 2. Don't forget, we're back again tonight. Back again tonight at 7 o'clock.
Got that dig going on there.
We just leaned on a Hemi. That's
yep.
We did. We leaned on a Hemi pretty hard right there, and it worked. I mean, he's down there digging the track, and right now we're shooting for that 310 to 315 mark. It's going to put you in the top 3, and he did that, or he's real close.
Well, I'm looking over here, and 316. 316.366. That'll put him in 3rd.
Yeah, that's 3rd place. And you know, like, would you categorize it? When you start looking at it, you start evaluating, and you're like, wow, these folks, you know, I'm not picking on anybody.
No.
We've got passes that don't necessarily seem like a textbook pass that are making their way into the podium. And, you know, I think he may have even been heading towards the chalk on that side.
Yep.
He came from the right side, more back towards the left side here, vantage point.
And the other thing that's amazing, that truck runs like that all the time, kind of just that digging and powering forward. And you think that it'd lose a little distance, come back up, find out it's number 3. This is intriguing. I'm just looking down here at Ross Nichols, who's sitting on the side. I'm thinking, man, I wonder where he ended up in tonight's competition. Well, he pulled at 1:30 this afternoon, and he has yet to record a distance. So he is dutifully watching the track as we get set for the hot and nasty ride out of Hazel Green, Wisconsin. Kurt Timmerman coming up.
Yeah, so the next generation of the Timmerman family, obviously there, and so there's 3 Timmermans that are going to pull here, kind of back to back. Wayne is standing out right here in front of me, and Terry used to do the driving of this entry right here, but obviously Kurt has stepped into the seat there, and Terry is walking trackside now, and then Chad is sitting back in the wings. He's going to drive just a little bit later with the Showdown entry. So we have Showtime, Hot and Nasty, and Showdown, all from the Timmerman family, and they are tough runners. This truck right here was on the podium with us in 2021 or 2022. So you start looking at it, digging in a little bit deeper, and not to say that that Tim Beatty has been quite comfortable. He has been quite comfortable, but he's going to start to get uncomfortable, I'm guessing, as we get a little bit deeper in this class, as we have even more trucks that are figuring it out. Drivers are starting to find that hole shot, and we're starting to roll a little bit more. Hot and nasty entry coming your way.
2019 Colorado. Kurt works in the fuel transportation business. So let's see what he can do here for you Chevrolet fans. I think you got that foreshadowing down pretty much.
Yep, that's going to be your leader right there. I feel, well, I don't have a leader tone to tell you that, but that's a beautiful run. Can't change anything about that.
Nope, I don't. I agree with you 100%. Well, Miles, you ready for it?
Yes, sir. You let me hear it.
328.11.
Now, the downside for his sake is he's scheduled for 35th of 41, but in all truth, there's about 13 left or so to run.
Yep.
So, and like, we're not
I won't categorize it as telling you we're building a road. We've talked a little bit about how that tendency we can do that in classes. I'm not going to say that just yet, but obviously we're figuring things out. You give these guys long enough to study, you give them long enough to figure out the starting line and where they want to be, and figure out how much fuel they're going to throw in where, and we're going to eventually have somebody go sailing back down there. I mean,
absolutely.
The lady that went 391 feet just a little while ago, she technically should be the last hook in the class, I'm guessing, and she's still sitting back in the wings yet.
And again, I think we've seen here, Miles, kind of that we've seen the leadership early in this class, kind of bogged down a little bit. Then we're getting close. And about roughly 3/4 of the way through the class, we have our new leader right here. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, that's when the Sawmill Express was the leading vehicle. 156. Retired. Top 10 in points in this great looking ride. Got that traditional rat rod look, the Mad Max. 37 Ford.
Yeah, so this gentleman is very actively involved with the business at home. His brother, of course, and family, they run and operate Eaton Compressor and Polar Air. Last year, I believe, was the first full year that he ran Grand National points. Maybe the second year or first full year for Allen, I believe.
I think it was the first.
With this entry right here. Now, they were folks that got really deeply involved. A couple trucks, then 3 trucks, then 4. Never really got to where they were running all 4 out on the Grand National circuit in full tilt. And then we kind of scaled that back just a little bit as Matt has really been focusing on growing the business. Allen has been driving this Mad Max entry and intensity. A lot of effort, a lot of focus here for these folks. They are competitors, there's no question about it. Tough running machine here on the starting line.
For the Mad Max.
We got another Timmerman truck coming. We got another Fleming truck coming. We got another Simon truck coming. Multiple truck teams have really become a paramount here in this game.
And not too far down the list, Miles, we've got the points champion from a year ago in our 2-wheel drive class. 304.11. 304.11 for Allen.
Let's put him in the top 10 right now.
That'll put him at number 7.
Yes, sir.
Right between Mason Theobald and Jordan Nelson.
Now you think about our top 10 currently right now. I mean, for the first 20 trucks or so, the top 5 were all pretty set. And we really started to mix that up just a little bit more. Got to make some changes to that here as Allen makes his run and pulls into the top 10. And the group 41, do you ever want to be, thrilled to death with a 7th or an 8th?
Yeah.
But in 41 trucks at the national level, yeah, that's a pretty good day. It's a good points day.
On a day that this track has changed so much, if this class ran at night tonight, I think the results might be completely different, or not.
Tomorrow night should be that opportunity for those folks to, wait for the sun to set or for some to get to run here in the dark. We fire up the showdown entry. Paint scheme here of this Chevy S10, just gorgeous.
Yeah, it's a 98 Chevy S10. Chad works as a John Deere assembler. And he's got a long time behind the wheel.
Well, some root cell as well, I believe, in mini rod pulling for this guy right here.
Yep.
For many years, and obviously back to the S10 here, and with this maybe second or third year. I know we were with it here last year. I cannot remember exactly which year they brought this Chevy S10 back, but certainly love the Timmermans and everything they do in their competition. Good family to be around here, and that's what it's all about, this sport. We talked about it this morning over there in the full pull tent, but obviously that's what keeps bringing us all back is this family component element that we all want to go and be with our friends.
Dickeyville, Wisconsin. Showdown. Driver's left corner over there.
Yeah, he'll shake the order up as well. I don't think we get to the lead. I don't know that we're second or third, but somewhere in that mix of that 4th to 7th range.
310 and 6. That'll put him in 6th. 310 and 6 for the showdown. High maintenance on the way next. That's Tony Fleming. Then the dirty pearl of R.J. Simon. And then nothing easy about it. Brent Seacrest has the ride here this afternoon. Thank you, fans, for hanging with us here. Don't forget tonight, big night, 7 o'clock. Be here a little bit early for our motorcycle parade as we honor America's men and women in our armed forces.
From your screen right there, where does Chaz currently sit? Top
Chaz
5.
Fleming, right at number 5.
Okay, so and here comes older brother now. Tony's getting ready to come, and this is the second entry. Now, obviously, you're a guy who appreciates sort of the history like I do. This truck, former truck of the Corzine family, and both their trucks actually are former trucks that the Corzine family campaigned with.
Well, it's got a pretty impressive lineage there.
So they, Ashley had the silver truck, and then there for a while the Bollingers were running the white truck, and then the Corzines did some campaigning with it as well. Whenever Steve couldn't go, and they got both those trucks made their way out to Lamont, Iowa. And obviously the family, they work in the tiling business. They do a lot of tiling out there in the state of Dad drove high maintenance, and Morgan drove in too deep.
Yeah, but Tony's been pulling for about 8 years.
Yeah, he's been at it for a while. He's these young men are doing a good job wheeling Dad's trucks. But you think about it, they're just good kids. I guess that's the beauty of it all, and they do a good job, good competition, and obviously this Chevy Colorado is very, very capable of mixing it up here in the front. See if big brother goes by little brother. That'll be the challenge.
Tightens the chain, prepares to go to work. Sled spot, so very, very key.
Big brother.
You think?
Big brother got little brother. That's my guess. We'll just wait and see exactly, but folks, that's a good run. There's no question about it. The high maintenance entry, I think he's going to go top 3.
That's 321 and 5. That'll put him in second place right there. So couple of top fives will be outstanding. A reminder, NTPA competitors, your drivers meetings at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock drivers meeting for those in the evening session. Make your way there immediately. It's mandatory. It's at 4 o'clock. That's in 4 minutes. I don't care.
All right, so we're getting ready to continue to look down that list of the Dirty Pearl entry of the Simon family. And following that, this truck came back their way and made its way to Texas for a little while. It's back now in Iowa, and also last year's points champion, the husband and wife team out of Salina, Ohio. Brent Seacrest is going to do the driving tonight or this afternoon. They did a fantastic job last year battling for that points championship. And we're starting to see our early hooks from the beginning of the class make their way around the curve and start to come up the hill. Tony Tatum was our very So this, like I said, this truck made its way down to Texas.
Yep.
And the Hunt family had it there for a little while, and now it's come back full circle, right back to its roots here. And obviously, RJ, talk about a guy who is involved in the sport of pulling in a unique way. He just buys and sells pulling equipment, and also buys and sells toters and trailers. And so, obviously, they go out and they run really, really hard with all of their pulling machines that they have. 10 here this weekend, as we've talked about. But he also is, you want to know about finding a specific vehicle, this guy knows how to get it.
Very much so. It just amazes me. There was a nice little feature on them in one of the local papers in Iowa. They're talking about how, even maybe 10, 15 years ago, they had 10 trucks. Now they've got over 100 plus trucks. So RJ right now, living when the dream gets to pull. This is the Dirty Pearl. Man on a Farley, Iowa. .316 and 5. 316 and 5 for RJ. That'll put him in 5th place.
The whole complexity of our results have changed for the most part. You start looking at it now, and just 30 minutes ago, we had a pretty definitive winner, a guy who had sat in the front pretty comfortably, and now obviously we are changing that with each progressive pass. It seems like we're redrawing our top 10.
And Miles, you look at it, you got your reigning national champion up next. You got R.J. Simon again, Russ Nichols, NTPA Grand National Champion let to pull. Bethany Nelson, that killer pass earlier, she should be the last in his class. There's a lot. Joey Frazier, we won't count him out. Tony Tatum.
Now, so RJ, he gets out of Dirty Pearl, but he has done really, really well here with the Chevy as well.
Yeah.
And so he's going to make his way back down there. Now, the only thing you got to question about that, not question, that's not a fair statement to say, but he's run that truck twice already. But you don't have to worry about it being cool. It's it's hot, but it's hot because it sat in the sun. It's not hot because it ran. Obviously, he's got things back there. They're cool there.
He is
Yeah.
tired. There's no doubt about it. Their family
They've been
is
working
running
hard. Nothing easy about it. A success story. The Seacrest family, both Brett and his wife, two-wheel drive champions. Christie did the bulk of the driving in that championship year. 25 years plus in a 23 Ford. And I love it. They don't make, they just come in, hook the sled. That's their effort, and they'll take it. Boy, during that magical season when they won the points championship, that's all they did. I think they were surprised at the outcome a number of times. But they really laid down some great passes. But Brent Seacrest got it now. Truck driver, 25 years in pulling. That'll go back to some great state hooks that he used to have. Running some regional. They got serious about coming Grand National pulling on the tour about 3 years ago. Brent Seacrest right now ready in the 23 Ford T. Little pitch. Right back in here. It may not have affected anything, but it was just a little momentary pause in momentum, it looked like.
It's deceivingly hard from this vantage point because he had his right front wheel, his wheels cut. Like when he came down, he wanted to come back to the right just a little bit, but that's a good run.
Second place, good run. 322 and 3. 322 and 3. Kerry Unger up next in the overtime 2. For a while. So again, once we're done with our two-wheel drives the last hook, we'd ask your cooperation in making your way outside the spectator area. That way we get things turned around for tonight's 7 o'clock green flag action. There, haven't seen that much. Well, looks by the telltale tracks of the sled. Let's see the replay here. .650, 303.650. 14th, it looks like, for Kerry. This afternoon, Tony Tatum was our test puller in this class out of Bardstown, Kentucky. He and wife Betty alongside, and Lisa, the Tatum family. Their Park City two-wheel drive back ride. There's Lisa out front. Lisa hooked at 238 this afternoon. Right now, Lisa's in 24th spot. City ride, Tony Tatum. Nearly hooked up, came in, roll up on the throttle very, very nicely. .278 and 2, 278 and 2. .278 and 2.
R.J. Simon backs in. Simon says Chevrolet. A lot of conversation taking place. Radio traffic identifying potential problem out there. RJ. He elects to drop 6th position, which he can. Thinks he can get the problem solved. Dan will drop 6. 7 left. It puts him in just ahead of the end of the class.
Well, he's run twice already, you know, and you think about that, those guys and 4 other trucks where they're trying to maintain as well. So certainly don't want to ever look at, you know, being a predictor of things, but there's some really, really tough running trucks still sitting back in the wings right here of this last 5 or 6 trucks, 7 trucks, whatever we've got remaining here. Come by him, and then we've watched him come by late and make changes and roll the dice. We anxiously await a second truck to come out of this stable, one for his wife to be able to drive at some point. Tubble Towels has been their sponsor. Came on board a few years ago in support of their efforts, and former champion coming back to the starting line, folks. What I did, which took the balance away.
Yep.
He lost the front end as soon as he hit that bump. Other than that, he was going to skim right on up there. And not bad. He's still in the top 10 with that shot right there, or awfully close. Let's say 7th, 8th, 9th, something like that.
3:15 and 8. 3:15 and 8. That'll put him about 8th place. So top 10 finish there. So Joy Frazier's up next. Come around sundown. Miles, I got a question. Just hit me, Miles.
You bet.
The Come Around Sunday. That two-wheel drive truck, do you have anything on its limit, its lineage?
It's new.
Oh, it's new.
Yeah. So the body is the T-bucket body is the only part of that truck that Joey has used in the past. Running Block was his entry that he drove for years.
Yep.
And so obviously they, like Full Pull Motorsports has built some frames for a lot of these folks. This Simon Says Chevy has a Full Pull Motorsports frame. Bethany Nelson's truck has a Full Pull Motorsports frame. They've done several in the two-wheel drive game. And in doing so, Jesse and Joey have kind of collaborated on that. So some parts from Full Pull Motorsports, they did some of the work obviously on that frame, and then it came to Camden, Ohio. Jesse and Joey did the finishing touches on everything they needed to do and plumbed and did all of that.
So here's why I asked you the question.
Sure.
It's Come Around Sundown. There's a sundown two-wheel. Definition of that. Good looking ride though, and as you mentioned, lots of new stuff on it.
But yeah, when they got all this together, I mean, you start thinking about the debut of the truck. About May 15th, somewhere between May 15 and May 20 is when they really got the frame and started on this whole project. So these guys didn't waste any time, and Jesse and the guys in the shop hard at it to make sure that they could debut this truck. And gorgeous. I love that shade of red. I need to figure out exactly maroon, a plum. It's especially when the sun hits it, it's kind of got a different hue to it even.
Well, there's one thing about Petro Motorsports is they don't waste any time and they're very, very efficient. So some people be screaming with their hair on fire if they got a vehicle in May they had to work on. But again, they're very workmanlike in their approach. Joey Fraser. There.
Yes, sir. So that's, again, I sound like a broken record that just keeps repeating itself over and over and over again, but we're right there in the midst. And over this, as the sun is, kind of changed just a little bit, moisture, I don't know that we're pulling any more moisture up by any means at all. We're just simply finding things out with the whole shot and coming down here to the big end of the track.
Okay.
Number 3 for Joey.
Yes, 3:21 and 8. 3:21 and 8. Good effort there this afternoon. And again, a betting man who'd been here at Tomah for a lot of years ago. Man, there ain't no way being that late in the class. Really, this class really does show you the luck of the draw. When you start off with the first 5 or 6 hooks with pretty stout efforts. Actually, let's go to 7.
Anybody tells you there's not some luck involved in this game is a fibber.
Yeah,
there is some luck involved in this game, but there's a lot of skill and a lot of knowledge and a lot of trust. Obviously, some of that's got to be your gut instinct.
Yep.
And trust your gut, go with that very first instinct of what it tells you to do and don't change anything. But I think sometimes that's when you watch a lot of our pullers, they kind of lose their baseline. They fall away from where noon is or where 12 o'clock is, and we start turning the dial one way and we can't figure out how to get the dial back to where we want to be.
And for a lot of pullers, this afternoon session, kind of tricky here. But as we've seen throughout the entire class, the 41 trucks that we've had little spurts of people taking the lead a little bit, mixing things up in the top 5.
Lots of horsepower helps. Sawmill Express is the former all-in of the Sullivan family that Donnie and his family put together. We'll give a shout out to Brent. If Brent is out in California and still watching, buddy, we miss you. We wish you were back here with us in Tomah, Wisconsin.
Ever going to give you a consistent RPM. Kind of bounced around a little bit.
We had some raw fuel coming out there, you know, right at the hit of the throttle in the first maybe 50 to 100 feet. But that seemed to settle as he got down here on the big end. But unfortunately, pretty big bounce, and then checking things out there with the kill switch, etc.
243 and 8. 243 and 8.
Does that leave us with 3?
That leaves us with, I believe, 4.
4.
Nathan Faust.
Nathan's sitting there with hang time. I see him. I see RJ. I see Bethany. Who else? Oh, I see it. Down
Never
there around the
satisfied.
corner.
Yep,
Never satisfied. Got to come yet.
And then RJ Simon, who dropped.
Never satisfied. Had the option on the fresh setting. That, of course, is Matt Bartz. Those are our 4 remaining. Matt Bartz, RJ Simon, Nathan Faust, and Bethany Nelson.
Yeah, never satisfied, as you mentioned. Ran at 151 this afternoon. 260 and some change. We had a reset there, and then Tim comes out in Sawmill Express at about 2 o'clock and goes 3:21 to lead the class.
Well, what time did we run our first 2-wheel drive truck?
1:20.
1:20. So, yeah, we've been...
Time coming your way out of Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Nathan Faust is ready and getting to go. Nathan's earlier hook was 352.4. He's able to do that, he'll walk away with a big win this afternoon. But all he really needs to do is go 329 and we'll cut him the big check. Another one of those Chevrolet Colorados. Nathan Faust in the hang time.
Faust. I told you earlier that obviously Rick Austin's truck went to them, and that is a new rig. Rick's old truck is in Rick's shop. But we're going to talk here in just a few minutes. I'm going to throw you some heredity. We talk about the lineage. We'll talk a little bit here about a couple of trucks.
.301 225 301 225. That'll maybe kick him into the top 15. Bethany Nelson. I show 3 left. Sweet Revenge, Never Satisfied, and the Simon Says Chevrolet in that order.
So now here comes that question, Doc, of what do they do anything different? Do they change anything? Is there anything just dialed up exactly like we had it? Watchful eye of Jared. Bethany will back to the starting line. Well, here we go now, back to the starting line. You might remember it's been a couple hours ago now that she went 391 feet right on out the door. Now, see if she can do it. Shot that time, but she is in the mix. We're going to say top 5 to 8 maybe. With Sweet Revenge, Bethany Nelson out of Altamont, Illinois. Their oldest daughter, Grace, has just signed and are verbally committed to go play college basketball at Illinois State.
320.4, 320.4 for Bethany. Put her in 6th. Oh, we don't have a. B.J. Simon on the way next to Simon Says. Man, a whole lot of horsepower out of the Simon Says Chevy. And we should have one left, the Never Satisfied ride.
Hey, Alan, I was just talking to Doc, and you go back and, you know, I like to study things, obviously. Bethany Nelson just ran. Her husband is Jared. 1996, Jared started pulling. He debuted with a C cab known as the Midnight Revenger. The frame for the Midnight Revenger C cab sits under this Chevrolet. I believe it was the original C cab that Jared had, and then they built this Silverado body. It was silver and green flamed Midnight Revenger, and but he won the ring in 1996. In Bowling Green. And I mean, I guess I should say he's my same age basically. So he may have been 96, 97, somewhere around there. He won that ring as a 16-year-old.
And that was at BG. Wow. You know, you look at components that can stand the test of time. You wouldn't even look at a 20-plus-year-old frame anymore. But sometimes there's the magic in it.
Well, you got to, like I said, you know, for the long time, Jesse's Buckeye Hauler had a really, really tough run in Higgins frame under it that he did really well with. At that. I wish I had some kind of tally mark of how many passes, you know, how many passes have they had. When you stroke the check for your chassis, does it depreciate by how many times it goes down the track? Yeah, is there a depreciation module?
Yeah, they got to be at least 100 pulls over, you know, depreciation somehow. Oh, out of warranty. The Never Satisfied ride looked at 150 this afternoon, went 261 and 2. We reset, and the guy that led the class for most of the afternoon went 321, 275. And now our leader from earlier is 5th currently. Maybe that's just the way it is, but that definitely not coming out the right way that you wanted it. .765. That'll end up in 30th position. Here's your top 5. Miles will have a chance to talk with a couple of them coming up. The Sawmill Express, which led the class for both, will finish 5th. Joey Frazier, 321.8, will be 3rd. 2nd, reigning national champion Brent Seacrest will be 2nd. And the hot and nasty ride of Kurt Timmerman will be your winner. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask this time that you please clear our grandstands. We get set for this evening's session. The grandstands will open in approximately 20 to 30 minutes from now. Thank you for your attendance here this afternoon. We've got our salute to the military tonight at 6:15. Pulling at 7 o'clock this evening. It is going to be a big session number 3 coming up, and Alan Washburn will be chomping at the bit to get that done. Again, tonight, 7 o'clock, Super Farm, Super Semi, Light Pros, Super Stock Diesel 4-wheel drive, Pro Stocks Unlimited. That's what we got. Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. We need no engine firing post 5:30 this afternoon. Again, please go accordingly. No engine firing or testing past 5:30.
And we're going to come here now to the winner's circle and get started with our two-wheel drive awards, our Moak Excavating, and Jesse just told me I was wrong about his chassis, so I've got to get all that back in line now and figure things out. But obviously, the new truck, you got to be pretty pleased. You're getting some laps on it, and it's led you to a top 3 here, which can't ever be a bad day.
Absolutely. I can't say how excited I am about this summer, just to have a fresh start. Last few years have been, pretty up and down, but I got to give a lot of credit to Jesse and all his attention to detail. We put in a hellacious few weeks in the shop getting this thing ready for Farley there a couple weeks ago, and got to thank Justin, Kathy, Chad Mayhill, Alex, just my whole family, Willie, who helped weld a lot, Full Pull Motorsports. There's a lot of people that made this possible, and I think it's going to be a good summer.
Well, you told me in a text message that you guys were just getting started about the 16th of May. So to be on the ground in Farley the second weekend in June, that's pretty impressive. And then to have the success that you've already had, you got to be thrilled. So on behalf of Armoke Excavating, I get to present you with your trophy. I also get to give you a $50 gift card to our friends at Quick Trip. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you to Quick Trip, NTPA, everyone that puts this pull on. It's a first-class event, and we always can't wait to come here every year.
Congrats, sir, and then we'll get to see you again tomorrow evening. Maybe you'll be back up here again with us.
Man, let's make a habit of it.
Absolutely. Folks, Joey Fraser, he is driving the Petro Motorsports entry, the new truck known as On Sundown, and he told me that it is named after an album title. And we'll come back to the Armoke Excavating winner's circle here in front of the Kenny Mack Tower. I get to present our second place trophy to Brent Seacrest. And I'm going to give you our gift cards from our friends at Quick Trip. Sir, congratulations. Pretty good start. You're right there in the mix, obviously, and top threes will lead you to a points championship.
Yeah, we had a big fault 2 weeks ago at Farley, and to come back here and finish second, pretty nice job. I want to thank all the people here at Budweiser Dairyland Nationals for having us. Really proud of my wife. She's stepped up the program, crew chiefing for me. I know there's a lot of people I'd like to thank. Nichols Tires, #1. They give us an awesome tire. Tired of chasing the Timmermans down up here, though. They're really hard to beat at this place.
Yeah, they are. They have really dialed things in. Now, obviously, you guys continue to progress and do things like you wanted to. 2023 is off to a good start. Nice weekend in Louisville. Even though you may not have found what you wanted to at Farley, you're on the right track here, and you get to come back tomorrow night and do it all again.
Yeah, we're going to see if we can get in front of them guys, but I doubt it. But I got to thank SSI, Ralph Hunt. I just talked to him. This is a motor I run last year when I blew mine up, and I bought it off of him over winter. He called me about 4 hours ago, and I had to give him the details. We dropped like 5 or 6 trucks and started the class over and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, all in all, it's a really good start to the season. I mean, if we can come back from Farley and do this, we're doing pretty good.
Heck yeah, sir. Well, congratulations. Enjoy this evening's session of pulling that starts in not that long, and we'll be back again tomorrow night with you.
Thank you, sir.
No, it does not. So we'll come back. All our Moke Excavating winner's circle here in front of the Kenny Mack Tower. I get to present the award, of course, to the Timmerman family, and you guys have been one very, very tough running vehicle here over the course of the last 2 summers. Kurt, congratulations, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. This is an honor to win this. We've been trying for this for many years. I just got to thank Adam Kester for building the motor and K3 Tires for cutting tires for us, and my mom and dad, of course, because if it wasn't for them, we'd not be here. This is amazing. Thank you.
And I'm going to give you a $100 gift card to Quick Trip. I'm going to give you a cooler from our friends at Budweiser, and I'm going to give you a box of products from our friends at Hot Shot Secrets, and maybe we'll see you here again tomorrow night, especially if you get greedy like Jeff Rose.
Oh, we'll give it our best try.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, driving hot and nasty. I told him he becomes the 38th winner of a 2-wheel drive session here in Tomah, Wisconsin.